Advocacy, Education, and Policy. Thank you so much for joining me on this topic.
Well, thank you, Natalie, for wanting to cover what is considered something that a lot of people, especially mainstream media, don't want to talk about, but we must. It's the reality in 2024.
Absolutely. In fact, my husband Clayton does a lot of our pieces on this topic, and he said, "This one's mine. Why are you taking my beat?" And I said, "Well, I don't want to. I admit nobody wants to talk about this, right? But there is a purpose in protecting not just my children, but all children." So today, the Senate Judiciary Committee will hold a hearing on protecting children online. What do you expect from
Unfortunately, I expect a zero. Now, let me clarify that because that sounds very negative. First of all, anything to do with children, CSAM, child sexual abuse material, big tech, not monitoring, not stepping up, not figuring out a way to work with the public. We've been down this road before. We had hearings a little over 2 years ago. Nothing came out of that, despite all of the testimony, despite all of the experts. So all of a sudden, we're doing it again today. That is why I want parents to step up, caregivers, guardians, family members, and in their own homes and communities become that warrior. But Natalie, they need the education. They need to know what's going on. They need to know what's happening online. So that's where I kind of want to put the focus. I will be following up about this congressional hearing. There's also a rally happening at 3 p.m. on Capitol Hill that many of the parents who have lost children and children who have been affected by anything that happened to them, bullying, sextortion, online, will all be protesting right outside of that congressional hearing. So at least, I'm very hopeful and positive in 2024, we're raising more awareness. We're bringing more hope. More people are understanding what is going on, and that is exactly what we want to happen.
Okay, but let's pretend that they didn't miss what you think that they are going to miss. What is it? What's the thing? Where is this lurking that we might not know?
First of all, big tech. It's a very easy answer. There's a lot of money to be made. There's a lot of money to be made from the eyeballs of our children. There's a lot of money to be made from the traffic our children generate. We do have a mental health crisis among our youth. We do have internet addictions. All of this can be backed up by studies and stats. Okay. Parents have to, I believe, if you buy your child a device, and most parents do, right? We know kids 9 to 17 have access to 4 devices, laptops, phones, computers, gaming. Then you have a duty to understand what's going on these platforms. You have a duty to understand safety features and filters, and you have a duty to talk to your child open and honestly, age appropriately. And you have to start young, years old. We can't tell anybody there is something called parental autonomy. When to buy your child a phone, for instance. But we can suggest if you're going to buy that child a phone, you then must take these precautions. And there are so many great free resources, Natalie, that people just don't know about. So it seems very simple. We have to raise awareness and provide the free resources and open the eyes and not walk away, because the devices themselves account for over 75%.
Your 3-year-old should not have a fucking computer. Your 3-year-old does not need a phone. Sorry.
Exploitation,
That's stupid.
They really do ban kidnapping a child.
Yeah.
Yes, that is happening. But it's really, we've made it so easy for the predators. It's all of the devices. We have big tech on Capitol Hill today, and they're making a lot of money, and they hide behind Section 230 for communications abuses. I probably would too if I'm in their shoes. So that is a billboard. It's not their responsibility to shut things down, to monitor, to babysit, whatever you want to call it. It's kind of a very slippery slope. If you want to maintain
I love this new phrase.
privacy, or
They're slippery
how are we
slopes.
going to work with Congress
Everything's a
and
fucking
big tech,
slippery
parents,
slope.
families,
That's what she said.
and make it all work? I don't see that real solution. We're not shutting down big tech. I don't want to give up the internet. We don't want to give up the internet. We live in a digital world. It's not going away. How are we going to put safety features and filters on all of this, especially in the wake of AI, which is here? And that's even more frightening. So we have to start talking about it. Explaining to the kids.
We
The
talk,
kids are so
so
smart
how
now,
do
they
we
like,
talk
have to
about
to them. It's embarrassing here.
Retard nation.
What you are concerned about the most is sort of entrapment of children.
Let's
Where
take that
they
back from
sort
her.
of
Make it ours.
participate in something they think is innocent, and then they are led into something more sinister. And a lot of research shows that they might sort of trust an adult. They don't know it's an adult. Maybe they're participating in what seems innocent. And then it gets increasingly uncomfortable. They feel responsible because they've been talking to someone, and all of a sudden they're in a place that they feel like they can't go ask for help. Someone's asking them for pictures they don't want to send, things like that. So you're worried about children being pulled into something, right? Not necessarily people trafficking images and kidnapping children. It's a little bit more, I want to say, subtle than that, right?
To be honest, I'm worried about it all because I'll tell you, I don't know. I mean, it's a wheel of a lot of spokes that we have to. It goes around and around, and my fear is that what happens is people can't handle it. It's dark, it's ugly, it's too much to handle, so they turn it off. They close the door, they close their eyes. What I'm trying to get at is actually, I used to educate
She was teaching me CWI, current world issues. She didn't watch the news because it made her too sad.
Parents, the guardians, the family members, what is going on, so they can take that home to the kids. I mean, Natalie, why? We have all the information available. I mean, we have to vet and things like that. We've got all this information online. Why are kids so vulnerable? This may be another program. Why are they falling prey to all of these criminals online? Why are they sharing such intimate details? We know a child can be groomed to fall into these traps of exchanging nude images or sexual conversation within 24 hours. So why is that happening? The biggest reported thing right now is sextortion. The FBI is constantly putting out alerts.
Yeah, here's a good idea. If there are no videos or pictures that you've ever sent of you naked, there's nothing to worry about.
And saying, I exchanged a nude image. Not that any of us like this, right? I work with a lot of schools across the country. The teachers say that kids exchange nude images like, I'm dating myself, baseball cards or Pokemon cards, things like that. Why don't we take a deep breath and we have to have that relationship with the kids? Come to me. Okay. So
I think the fans only thing's fucked up.
Are we going to
the OnlyFans, that's just fucked up. There's like 14-year-olds taking pictures and getting paid. It's super fucked. And I think a lot of it has to do with the fact that your 14-year-olds now for some reason have credit cards and debit cards because you guys think that bad credit is better than no credit.
It turns out to be a guy named Biff, 50 years old, who says, okay, well, now I want you to do this to yourself and film it for your sibling and film it.
What
and
the
that is
fuck?
where the problem comes in.
Yes, you cannot
They
do like
kill themselves instead of talking about it. So we have to get at that whole issue of there is no embarrassment. There is, but the parents have to know, again, what are the steps to take? They say, man, delete the image. When you don't delete, that is a crime. You have to know to call 911. You have to know to contact cyber tip line.
What?
For the resources, they will handle everything for you. You're not going to get in trouble. So we have, it's so many issues here we have to wake everybody up about. But the number one thing right now is online, because once an image is there,
It's never going away. It's there forever.
I deleted it. It is there forever. Somebody else has captured it. It is in that cloud. And so this is what we have to teach. Online safety, right? One of the things I tell my kids, if someone sends you something uncomfortable, you need to tell me, but do not forward it to me. Because I
Do
can't
not
have
send
it,
me dick
and
pics.
then I'm in possession.
No dick pics.
Right? And then
No.
you have sent
There's
it,
no
you
female who's ever like,
disseminated it.
hey,
So
I
you
want
have
a
to
dick
tell
pic.
me,
They're
and
always
then tell an adult.
unprecedented.
But do
That is
not
the
disseminate
first
it
time
in
they've used that
any
word,
way.
and they just use it in the correct context.
Necessarily
No one wants your dick pic. No girl's gonna be like, yeah,
take a picture.
stop it.
And, keep going with that stupid stuff. Like even that can constitute nudity. Since you can't take pictures of your siblings, you can't participate in this. But it has to be an open conversation,
Gross.
an ongoing conversation. Talk to me.
I don't want to see anybody naked, to be honest.
Taylor Swift connection that we've got right now, because
the media over the weekend
I want to see from
about some
basically only
AI
my significant
images
other.
of Taylor
Like,
Swift,
the only person
and
that I
that
ever want to see
she
naked.
was being exploited for things that were deep faked, right? And so nobody knows how to take responsibility for this right now. Nobody knows what to do with it. How can we stop it? What does that promote? Can you comment on that a little
You
bit?
guys need to stop being fucking disgusting.
Yes, I work with a lot of tech experts.
Men need to stop being
and
disgusting pigs.
oftentimes, we don't know where this is going, except we think it will go in the direction of bad. Evil as far as AI. So, we have Apple iPhones, the watches. On their cloud right now, they are allowing this CSAM, this child sexual abuse material. Okay, they announced in 2021 they were going to work with the community for safety, work with Congress, work with everybody. We're going to start monitoring this. We're going to start looking, sweeping for these images, take them down automatically, flag, and then lo and behold, I'm laying out the story here. It just disappeared. Everybody was excited. Okay, we have some action from big tech. Maybe the other platforms will follow suit. We'll figure this all out together. Now, Apple stopped it. At the same time, fast forward a few months, Apple announces this huge deal with NFL. Now, I'm just connecting dots myself. I don't have any proof of anything. And they announced this $50 million a year deal with the NFL. Now, fast forward. We have Taylor Swift. She has the most amazing marketing PR people behind her because she's in my face every single day. I'm not even looking for her. So now so I'm thinking to myself, okay, constantly at these games, she's now going to be at the Super Bowl. Is she aware at all, her fans, who are mostly children, teens, that Apple, who is sponsoring the Super Bowl halftime show, is behind so much of this child sexual abuse material allowed on their platforms? I think there are a lot of dots to connect here. I think the public needs to be made aware. I think there needs to be some sort of backlash that this is unacceptable. Why is this allowed? Why aren't we talking about it more? Why aren't we saying we will not have any of this? Enough. There is a war on for our children. Okay? So I think Taylor Swift, in our faces every day, should be made aware of what's
It's the only
really
fucking thing I
behind
know of
the
that.
halftime show and all of her promotion and being at these games and everybody loving it. There's a lot to think about here with all this going on, especially in light of her fans are basically pretty young.
Are you still using that old loop for a washcloth? If so, you don't want to miss out on Manscaped's new Month Bundle, the ultimate shower kit for men who want to look and feel their best. Body Butter is an antibacterial silicone scrubber for nourishing, cleaning, and exfoliating your skin in the shower. The Month Bundle comes with a Body Butter scrubber and 2 bottles of body wash. It's cruelty-free, non-free, and vegan, and sent in with a cologne quality fragrance. Like they always say, the buff is always better. Manscaped.com is free shipping.
Oh wow.
Right, and what's interesting is that the conversation right now is so much around censoring people for saying things about COVID or saying things about Russia or saying things about Ukraine. And we sort of gloss over what is actually dangerous to say online or show online or participating online. And so disproportionate, don't you think?
It's something, you hit the nail on the head, because every day I ask the question, how come I can tweet something? It could even be I'm retweeting a story that's vetted from a news source, and they'll tell me I am, abusing community standards or something, or I can't tweet that. How come they don't, any of this child abuse material, how come none of it pretty much is censored, right? I don't understand it. I ask Congress, I ask other organizations I work with, experts in the field, lawyers. Nobody has an answer for me, Natalie. Why is this allowed at all? There is no censoring of this material. I can only say, again, the answer of follow the money, because it's making so much money for people, for traffickers. And again, all these images online, servers are in other countries. It is hard, there aren't the resources. It's hard to deal with red tape with other countries. How to get at this material, to take it down. So it's just a big mishmash of a mess. But again, to your point, why isn't any of this censored? Yet, an innocent tweet about a vaccine I don't like about it could be censored. Makes no sense.
It doesn't. You mentioned a few free tools that parents can look into. What are they?
Two of the best are colleagues of mine. One is called Protect Young Eyes, protectyoungeyes.com. Our good friend Chris McKenna, he will, for you, and it's on the website, protectyoungeyes.com, every single device. He will explain to you how you put the safety features and filters on. He will explain something, Natalie, I wasn't even aware of routers in your home. How you can protect yourself with a router. So he's got all that going on, all free information. It is a wonderful, wonderful resource. You can write to him, find it on the website.
Okay, but
he will help you. All free.
Wow.
We go to the second one, BARK, B-A-R-K, like a dog, bark.us. For a small fee, they will monitor text messages, incoming emails, even with images for you. It's very reasonably priced. For the older kids, it's like $9.99 a month. The younger kids, $4.99. And you will be alerted to something that's not right coming in on that child's phone. So this is another tool, even though it costs a few dollars, I am telling you, it's the number one tool to keep you and your kids safe and open it up. And also just general awareness of being aware this is going on. Follow Lynn's Warriors. I mean, I named everything Lynn's Warriors. I put out so much free information. Use this toolkit. Do this. Here's what's happening. Here's a headline. Just be aware and talk. The number one thing, Natalie, talk to your child. Talk to them. So what platforms are you on? Know what's on their phone or their laptop. Know how many friends do they have. I mean, you really should only have people you know, right? Not strangers. Talk to them again. If somebody approaches you or says something you're not sure of, uncomfortable, you have to go to that help. You have to just start opening up the communication. You have to get back to that. And I also recommend, and it works because we work on it, devices at nighttime are kept out of the bedrooms of children.
Yes.
No devices. They need their sleep. They stay up all night scrolling, swiping, disturbed, a lot of things happen. And you know what?
Shorts are fucking terrible for your brain.
Report back to us.
Making your brain fucking only last that minute of time.
When they don't have to deal with all of that. And the
It's
parents
just
are happier
Pavlov.
too. Keep the devices off of the kitchen table, the dinner table, when you're eating. And another simple trick is, just when you're in the car with the kids
Who
driving
actually
somewhere,
eats at the dinner
have a little
table?
conversation just about, online use. But it really begins with starting just those simple little facts. Put down the phones, including the adults. Kids are watching us in the home, okay? Put the phones all down for 15 minutes, because we're all addicted to this. Just show them by example, 15 minutes. But we must get a handle on this, because right now the law is lagging behind all of this technology. The predators are winning.
Yeah. Okay, can I get a little maybe conspiracy? I'm just gonna ask this question and see if you have a response to it. Because before I started to read and study these types of things, and especially read books on adolescents, because I have some, I may not have seen it this way, but now I sort of feel like certain political parties have a transhumanistic agenda to ruin the sexuality of everybody as a control mechanism. What's the
Catholic Church?
Transhumanism? Just, let's
Catholic Church is taking over the gay community so they can push their trans narrative. That way people are going to fucking be hooking up with the right gender.
And
I never
feel
fucking
like
anticipated the fact that some
lip
women may
service
want to become a gay man.
to protect children feeds into that. I don't have proof. I just feel it. Can you respond to that? Have I gone too far? What do you think?
Well, you can never go too far with any of this. And okay, that's number one. Conspiracy to me actually needs truth.
Oh yeah.
There's a lot of conspiracies.
Eventually will prove to be true.
Conspiracies, fast forward, right, have proven to be true. So what
Yeah,
I'm going to
that's
say
true.
about it, this is my opinion. There is a war on for children. Unfortunately, I don't think anybody really care about children. It's a shocking statement for me to make. I think they look at them as a commodity. Okay? I think that they want adults and children to be as one. I think they want everybody sitting behind a computer, not going outside, not
Start
going
working when I was
to school, not going to work. And this universe and this
Because when you-
meta and these bots.
Parent couldn't pay for childcare, they take it to
And
work.
I think that is what they want. Total
Be
control.
surprised how
Total
many
control.
employers are
And
okay
I
with
don't
free labor.
think you are off at all with what you are saying, because just in the last year, I am seeing now on a daily basis what is going on with children, with the lack of, the parent understanding, with the lack of Congress, our elected officials, really caring about any of this. Because I ask you, Natalie, with all of this going on, why aren't people out in the streets protesting about all of this? Safety for kids. Now, again, I have hope today we do have a rally in Washington going on for all of this.
Who matter?
En masse.
Oh yeah, fuss
We're more
bus.
concerned about Taylor Swift being at the Super Bowl. Can you imagine? Which, by the way, is one of the biggest trafficking events of the year every year. Wherever you have large groups of people, they fly in from all over the world. They traffic children. They traffic adults. There's a lot of money to be made. Why is nobody really talking about that? Yeah, sure, there's a little bit of talk about it. Be aware, say something, but not enough. There is a war on, and everything is being looked at with a low-hanging fruit. But I really think children, they look at perhaps as just like puppets. They almost don't exist. They just make us money, and we're just going to keep going for it because there's no accountability. It's very frightening, and the AI on top of all of this is the most frightening thing that keeps me up at night.
Yeah. Not to mention the sort of normalization of what they're calling minor attractive persons now, allowing those people to freely express themselves as a marginalized group. Don't even get me started with that. So thank you for your perspective very much. This is very eye-opening. You can follow Lynn Shaw on her YouTube channel, it's Women's Warriors, or also on X, similar lower third, to check it out. So thank you again for your time. It was a pleasure to have you on the document.
Natalie, thank you so much. I want everybody to become a warrior. Community creates change, and we are going to get a handle on all of this. Thank you very much.
I really hope you enjoyed watching this video. YouTube thinks that you'll actually like this next video right here. It's personalized based on your own voting habits. So if you watch the video,
I have come home and I have stood at the base of the steps just dreading the.
Who is the man who dares run for president against Vladimir Putin? Boris Nadezhd is raising signatures to make a run for the president. The media will love him automatically. They're calling him an anti-war candidate who's risking his life by running for president. Joining us from Russia is redacted correspondent Mike Jones to break down these headlines. Thank you so much for joining us today.
thank you for having me.
Now, the media is
Aren't
saying
you
that
the guy
people
who
are
used to
risking
actually
their
be called
lives
redacted,
and safety by
but
even
used to work for
signing
RT?
up to support this guy. So can you tell us, is that the case? Is that what you see in Moscow?
What's his
And
name?
who is this guy? Can you give us a brief summary?
Well, first of all, this guy was not just a new name for me. I actually recognize the Russians. Forgive my ignorance, but who is this guy Boris Nadezhd? Russia translated his surname in spoke in Russian. And the answers that I've received are preliminary. And this was actually admitted in, I believe it was a Washington Post article, where it says that most Russians don't know of this man, much less care for him. The Washington Post is trying to describe this as a protest post.
Russians love Putin.
Nadezhd is promising to not only end the SNO to a peace talk with Ukraine, but also release political prisoners, including the West's darling Alexei Navalny, of course.
Let me just clarify when you say SMO, that's what we call the war in Ukraine, and that's what's called the Special Military Operation, SMO. And Alexei Navalny also presented as what I like to refer to as a media darling, because the media loves him.
Oh,
and
Putin poisoned him.
television love him,
Off
when
the
he
plane
only has about 3%.
because he was
And
fleeing.
only in urban centers in Russia. So he's only a media darling in the US. I'm sorry I interrupted, but go ahead.
No, thank you for clarifying. Yes, and again, with the case of Navalny, often labeled as the opposition leader, which then portrays the West's lack of knowledge of the support of parties in Russia. The Putin's party of the majority, the second, and what you would clarify or classify as the opposition, the Communist Party. Navalny, as far as I know, is not a communist. However, the West labels him as opposition leader. That leads us to these other candidates. You and the audience may recall Katerina Vlhova, a female journalist who came out of nowhere, very similar manifesto, the cooperation, the conflict in Ukraine, and yada yada yada. She, by her own admission, made a mistake in following her application for the campus, and was therefore refused. The West, of course, jumped on that immediately, and there was evidence of corruption and rigging elections. Now we have Boris Johnson, who again has just come out of nowhere, actually a physicist
Very
by training, and served one term in State Duma 20 years ago. He's been recycled, placed here. He's being stylized in protesters and Putin. But as soon as the West, like Roosevelt or Disney now, up on a pedestal, that's actually highly counterproductive to the Russian people. Once they see that, that arouses suspicion. They therefore know this person is quite possibly a Western shill. Now, if I use the reverse, look what happened to Elon Musk and Tucker Carlson in the West as soon as Dmitry Medvedev praised their words or actions. They were immediately labeled Putin puppets and shills for Russia and propagandists. We see the same effect now that's rapidly coming into Russia, where as things being repeated and certainly publicized in Western media, it arouses that same suspicion in Russian people. Now, for the West to then claim about, oh, how come he hasn't been jailed, all these things which he is saying, oh, I don't know why I haven't been treated the same way as Navalny. The West tries to make that out like, oh, wow, yes, he's a real truth teller and he's risking his life, he's in jeopardy. Absolutely not. Again, let's look at the other facts. In recent polling, President Putin has above 80%.
If you watch YouTube videos for at least 1 hour a week, you could be owed up to $1,000 a week in passive digital residuals. This is because a lot of people don't know that YouTube
approval rating, and has collected, as an independent candidate, estimated 3.5 million to support his candidacy. Why would you need to rig any elections, and why would you be threatened by some outsider who's just come out of nowhere? The Russian people, as I've said in previous interviews with you, have it's been proven to them that Putin was right in the past when perhaps they didn't believe him. The West, in the way they treated recently Russian athletes, stripping them of medals.
Really?
It's very clear to Russians what the West thinks and feels about him. And then we have in these Western articles talks of expats, Russians who play. Now that's quite possible that Russians in places like Tbilisi in Georgia and other countries, maybe they are.
I'm sorry.
And again, as the Washington Post said, they don't know who he is, they just know that he's against Putin. So the risk is, however, that with funding and support outside of Russia, it could, by Russian laws, be seen as a foreign agent. And especially if you're donations, there is a finite sum that can be raised. I've had the same problem in raising donations for Donbass. And that is a legitimate protection mechanism against NGOs and other interfering organizations in Russia. And of course, we can predict how the West might react if mediation and breaches such mechanisms and laws.
Oh, they don't care. Alexei Navalny is foreign supported, has accepted aid from United States linked agencies. So no, they don't care about that at all. If you want to know the truth about Alexei Navalny, I refer to the great Jack Bowles book about Alexei Navalny and how much of a joke it is. Now, you and I, speaking of funny jokes, we had a little chuckle over this CNN piece that presented it as dangerous to oppose and run against Putin at all. The reporter asks a hilariously led question saying, why is the Kremlin allowing you to run? Is it a ploy to make it look like democracy? I present you this question. Is it maybe democracy? Can we show? I want to show this little clip, and then as we come back, you can respond to that.
He has united the old guard of the Russian opposition, including key allies of jailed Kremlin critic Alexei Navalny, his wife Yulia adding her signature on Wednesday, and exiled oligarch Mikhail Khodorkovsky. He's now racing to collect the required 100,000 signatures with strict regional quotas by the end of January.
People are saying that there's a deal, perhaps, with the Kremlin to allow your campaign to go ahead to create the illusion of a real democracy, or that they are using this as a way to distract the anti-Putin electorate. What do you say to those theories?
I am absolutely sure the situation will change because a lot of people now in Russia, which started to see me in YouTube, in TV, in Telegram, they begin believe me.
Yeah, that is rather faster, isn't it? Gosh, choice. And again, let's not forget the Communist Party, which are running their candidate, has been put forward among other parties as well. So yes, there is choice, but the truth is the overwhelming majority of the country is very clearly supporting President Putin. And that's not because they have any guns pointed at them or they're told on the media what to think. That is because they are seeing
RT, not once in like 20 years of their existence, we're told by Putin
the benefits to the Russian economy. The IMF now has revised its forecast.
what to say or what not to say, and they would do hit pieces on him all the time.
What's not to like about that? With this low unemployment, okay, it's causing problems for Magdalena and the central bank with inflation, but wages are going up.
Yeah.
The state subsidies.
Look at their fucking grocery stores. All their grocery stores, fucking, like not a thing missing off the
Why
shelf.
would you
Everything's
then
stocked
change
perfect.
course and skip to an unknown, untested individual and just roll the dice on that person in the middle of a very serious existential threat to the country? I don't think that's really a wise choice, and it's thoroughly understandable why people would stay with the tried and tested candidate, especially for now, until things are going. The CNN article talking about how, Russians would want the conflict to end and the territories returned. I don't believe that for 1 second. The people of the new territories, they wouldn't want to go back to the Kiev regime. They've suffered that for 10 years. And if you could believe the Western reports of all the horrendous losses that Russia supposedly suffered from across the country as well, many volunteers coming from the other side of the world almost, living in Vladivostok and these other poorer districts as well, volunteering for very good money, around 200,000 rubles a month. Do you think those families, if they have lost people, will just go, yeah, never mind, we'll go with these years soon. He's better than Putin, at least the conflict will stop? I don't think so. I think once the blood has been spilled, people want to see it through to the end, and ideally to a comprehensive, decisive victory, as is predicted and forecast.
Right. And so when the Western media is calling this guy the peace candidate, the anti-war candidate, what CNN tells us is that he will immediately go to peace talks with Ukraine. It's as if they've studied zero, because Putin has been continuously offering peace talks, and it's Vladimir Zelensky who has outlawed them, who signed a law saying that it is illegal in Ukraine to attend any peace talks with Russia.
The guy is
how
fucking
would
nuts.
this
He thinks
guy
he's in a
get
TV show that
Zelensky
he
to the
wrote.
table when Zelensky has tied himself to the floor?
I believe the detail, the devil is in that part where Zelensky outlawed peace talks with President Putin. Not specifically with Vladimir Putin whilst he's empowering Russia. So you can see where the West wants that regime change so badly.
Yeah.
So that is the small detail as I understand it as well. And you're absolutely right. And there's no admission or acknowledgement of the Istanbul peace talks around March last year around the beginning of the SMO, where it could have all been resolved potentially. There was a draft initial agreement which President Putin held up at one of his conferences. We got this far by Boris Johnson and those who offered this blank check to Zelensky. So yeah, this talk of peace talks, and it's still to this day, President Putin has not ruled out the possibility or even the desire to reach a peaceful conclusion.
Right. And also it's worth pointing out that Parliament in Russia voted for the special military operation at the request
Oh, really?
of the mayors in the Donbass region. It was not just the whim of Vladimir Putin, who liked war and thought that would be a fun way.
Surprise.
So, yeah, it's missing
Shocking.
context.
Putin
and
is a
makes it
smart
so
fucking
stupid.
guy.
So we're not stupid. Thank you so much for joining us. I always appreciate your context from the ground in Russia. You can follow Mike Jones on Earl Grey on Rumble and his Telegraph channel as well. Telegram, sorry. Thank you so much for joining us on
Why
the
aren't you laughing?
Thank you very much for having me.
I really hope you enjoyed watching this video. You know, YouTube thinks that you'll actually like this next video right here. It's personalized based on your own viewing habits. So if you watch the video, please leave a comment. Let us know what you think about it. And we will see you next time, everyone.
Helena Smith, Logan Mail. You've spoken passionately about bodily autonomy, about depoliticizing the conversation around trans and non-binary children, and, as in your own words, not using them as a political football. In November, you made clear you wanted to strike a balance on parental rights. The parental rights policies here are more aggressive than any other province, and the restrictions around hormones and puberty blockers are unprecedented in Canada. So what changed that made you take this approach?
Well, we know that we have to preserve the rights of kids to be able to make decisions as adults. I think that we've seen in other jurisdictions, I believe in June of last year, New Brunswick made policy changes. In the fall, Saskatchewan made policy changes. We've been watching internationally as the UK has made policy changes, as well as Denmark, Norway, Finland, Sweden. I mean, this has been an ongoing conversation over the last number of years. We've been monitoring it very closely. And we want to make sure that we strike the right balance so that kids are not making irreversible decisions when they may not be mature enough to make those decisions. We want to make sure that those adult decisions.
How many times did you change your mind when you were 16
I'm
years
not sure
old?
what the balance is. Can you be more specific?
Well, when you begin hormone therapy, there are health consequences associated with that, and it is a decision that impacts
One
your
point
life.
everybody in high school is
Higher
bi.
risk of osteo-
Going through a bisexual phase.
Intensity tests.
This is a big fad.
Heart problems, so we need to have that
Because
monitored.
they used to, perverted men used to convince girls that they weren't being open-minded if they didn't never even like try to be bi. Same with girls too. Girls would say that too. Like, and I think girls would pretend to be bi because they thought it was hot. According to men.
As you said just a moment ago, that one of the things that people knew was a fellow jurisdictions taking steps in this direction, if you've never been one.
I think straight men don't like just occasionally be like, I think I want to take my ass today. Like,
You've been really recent on this issue. May I ask you to articulate the argument?
I think if men could, you have to grapple with that every chance that you're.
Well, I put it through the context of the children who are struggling with gender identity, and that if you have a young person like that.
Because a lot of the gay people I know, and I've asked if they're born gay or they became gay at some point, the majority of gay guys that I know have told me that they think they were born gay. They've always been gay. But I think trans and gay are very different.
Decisions at the appropriate time as their maturity grows has been vitally important from what I have observed personally. And I want to make sure that child-parent bond remains strong because the family is with you for life. And so when I look at children,
we tend to group everyone in the same group. For drug addicts, like
time, if
you're homeless, you're a drug addict, obviously.
Have that balance of making sure families are supported, but also making sure that
or if you're homeless, you're mentally ill, or if you're poor, you're mentally ill.
To put some of
they all get grouped up in the same category.
I'm also observing around the world there really is a lot of divergence.
Like if you're trans, there's nothing to do with being gay.
When the right time is for these things, and the absence of providing guideposts, it really is going to be just up to the individual doctor. And we just don't think that that's the environment that we should be having here. We should be very clear about when a child is able to commence hormone therapy. That'll be at age 16 with parental and psychologist and doctor approval, and very clear about when they can make permanent, irreversible changes to their body in top and bottom surgery, and that'll be 18 and above. So I think we struck the right balance here.
Many sporting associations receive funding from the provincial government. Will there be a financial incentive for them to act in the spirit of this family-friendly policy?
Well, I would say that we want to make sure that every individual has an ability to participate in a competitive way in their sport. And they're already are a lot of divisions in sport. where
Make
they're
just
co-ed,
trans sports,
they're
goddammit.
neutral,
You make the
and we wanna
handicap
maintain
sports,
that.
make trans
But we
sports.
also know that there are
So it's a
some
fucking problem.
sports where the physical differences make a difference. And so in those cases, we do want to have biological women,
Like-
women who are born
I
biologically
feel like this is a pretty simple
female
fucking
have
fix.
the choice of being able to participate.
Who honestly
in
gives that much
biological
fucks about
female
sports?
category, while
Honestly?
still preserving
If you have that many
gender
cares about
neutral
sports,
categories
like
and
you're a
co-ed
fucking
opportunities
adolescent
so that
toddler.
everyone has the
Fucking,
ability to
what do you call it?
So we've been
Perpetual
there are many
child?
sporting organizations who have been asking for this clarity.
It's like when you go to a fucking little league game, but parents are beating the shit out of each other. Like, you guys are fucking retarded.
For everyone. So my Minister of Tourism and Sports will be commencing that discussion. But I'm
No one should have that much gives the fucks to give about sports.
By several sports.
Because they're sports, who cares?
You talk a lot about having a non-binary family member. How much did your discussions with them and or other non-binary individuals, especially, could that play into this decision?
I've been consulting with members of the transgender community since the last time I was in politics, and one of the constant things that I hear is how difficult it is to get connected with somebody who understands the need for ongoing hormone therapy and managing the health conditions that come from being on a lifetime of hormone therapy. I met with Lois Cardinal, who, as you may know, felt that she was rushed into bottom surgery, and is having the consequences of that. And her great frustration is that there hasn't been appropriate medical aftercare for that.
Well,
and
you take
those are the kind of
fucking
things that
kids that are being bullied, little kids that are being bullied,
and those who make the choice,
you turn them into like some fucking superhero, like, oh my god, you're so brave, you're like making such a great decision for your life, you turn them into like a hero.
Are trained in the type of medicine, have the ability to have those surgeries in province. Right now, we send those individuals to Quebec, and we just don't have the same level of ability to do aftercare. And so we want to attract somebody into our province. We're working on that right now, who can do the surgeries here, so the aftercare can be done here. And we also want to develop a registry of doctors who are able to provide this type of treatment long term, so that nobody has to guess whether or not the doctor is educated enough to be able to provide them care. So I would say that I've been very influenced over many years, talking to many individuals in the transgender community and helping to develop that approach.
We heard talk to a legal expert who said that parental rights are not really a thing usually that children's rights are. They're trying to deter. How confident are you that these policies won't violate the Charter and the Canada Health Act itself?
Kids don't have rights. Kids don't need rights.
Well, you know,
they're stupid and they don't know any better.
But my understanding is that it's pretty well understood that parents are principally responsible for their children up to
18,
including age 15. At age 16 or 17,
even at 18,
kids,
I was still making
a little bit more autonomy,
bad decisions that I regretted.
Children along that spectrum make different types of decisions, and they don't become able to make fully adult decisions.
Or like when I was 19, it was just like, oh, everything is not what I think it is.
In our policy, that at 16 and 17 is the process, is the point at which they can begin the process with input from parents.
Thought I knew everything by the time I was 19. Like, and then it turns out everything I knew was fucking not true.
Around the issue of mature minors, so I'm sure
and everything that I felt like made an add up ended up being right. Like,
to be established as a mature minor. So I think that the practice has been that we do rely on parents to be able to provide for their kids.
Kelly Clatterman, Globe and Mail. Peter, you talk here about what is happening in Europe, but what is
just me.
From
just me.
Europe and what you've laid out here is you're talking about codifying restrictions on what healthcare you have access to. Within that codification, will there be penalties for healthcare providers, parents, or teachers who breach the rules, who maybe take their child to another province for a surgery or a treatment?
Well, I would hope that that doctors follow the rules. I would hope that they follow the rules as we've laid them out here. And
As long as you know how to talk to your doctor, you can get whatever you want.
Aiming to be supportive.
All they do is make
we
peace
want to
paper.
make sure that children do not
All they do
prematurely
is sign
make
pieces of paper.
decisions that are going to be irreversible and
that refers you to another doctor.
affect their ability to have children until they're of an age where
Like, it was the secretary for my GP that was just like, why would you tell him that? And I was like, what? And she was like, honey, go get a therapist. If you like, you don't tell your GP everything because he's just a GP.
We have just
Because he took away my Adderall prescription, said I didn't need it anymore. Because he thought John was my pimp,
We're looking at having
and that I was getting fucking pimped out, and then I was selling my Adderall prescription. Like,
regulation or policy, having that package ready for the fall. So we'll be seeking consultation on the implementation of it.
I even told him, like, you can drug test me, go ahead, drug test me, see if I'm fucking doing speed. Like,
I think a lot of people might take different interpretations of what depoliticizing or not politicizing this.
but I can be on Adderall for a year and a half, and that is considered me being clean, as long as I don't do the other thing. Like, doesn't make
I
sense.
think that what we're doing here with our package of proposals, and there's 10 of them, is that we're
Junkie
trying
until you have the
to,
special piece of paper like,
demonstrate that we understand
that prescribes you the exact same
beginning
thing.
The process of transition is just one step, and there are other steps along the way that have serious consequences for kids. So, changing
Kids are stupid and don't know
dress
shit.
and the pronouns that you have is just one step. The next step, which is far more serious, is puberty blockers and hormones. The following steps, top and bottom surgery, are even more serious steps. And so we want to make sure that as kids embark upon those life-changing decisions, that we're very clear about the appropriate level to be able to make those decisions. There has to be a certain level of maturity, of understanding the consequences, the full consequences of what that transition means. And then at age 18 is when, of course, a person becomes fully responsible for all of their decisions. So we look at this as
What do you want? You want to pay for yourself to go get a sex change? Go nuts.
Make sure that we're giving the best support to kids and the best support to transition.
Until then, you play dress up.
You didn't answer that, but I'll find it. How do you reconcile or try to square the idea that you want to support these children in all journeys they want?
I mean, you don't just like get to be a pretty girl. Like, fucking, even like biological women have to work for it. Like,
How do those two come
there's no such thing as natural beauty.
Well, I mean,
together? Are they a mistake or are
All
they
girls are capable of being pretty, just
I
someone
would
has to
say
work a little harder.
that
That's all.
I support the journey of adults who want to transition to another gender.
Yeah, go nuts.
As far as
But your
as
kids know.
they're adults and able to accept the consequences of those decisions. I certainly do not want children to be making decisions before maybe they even
Because
have
they're
sex,
stupid and they're
or
children,
want
and they change their minds.
to stop that aspect of their life, or before they even contemplated whether they want to have kids,
Yeah.
to cut off that aspect of their life.
Mhm.
I think that as adults, we have an obligation
Yeah.
to ensure for kids that they preserve
This is a
all of
stupid
those
fucking conversation.
choices until they're adults, until they're able to make those decisions with the maturity that goes along with that. So that's I think it's
It was a stupid fucking
we want to make
conversation.
sure that in every step of that journey that the kids feel supported by their
Anybody who
families
doesn't agree with this
and
is a fucking
supported
piece
by
of shit
mental
moron.
health support if that's what they need. But that is, I think that when you're talking about irreversible decisions, that falls into the category of adult choices. And
We're not talking about a tattoo or piercing.
we
Like,
make those choices as adults.
And we're going to hop over to the phones for a couple questions here and then come back to the room. Operator, can you go through our first caller here, please?
First question is from Kean Betsy, the Council.
Hi, Premier. Thanks for taking my question. The Liberals, the NDP, and mainstream media haven't waited a second to attack Alberta for banning the sport and removal of children or for protecting young girls in sports. And I'm just wondering if you're worried that this is sort of reaching sort of a deeper pitch. I know you wanted to depoliticize the issue, but the left is keen on politicizing it. Are you worried about vindictive retribution in the form of reduced health transfers from Trudeau?
Well, first of all, we're not stopping any covered service. We do about 100 transgender approvals for surgery
Really?
every year, and about a quarter of them are aged 18 to 25. Just for context, so that you know, in
Really?
2020, 2021, there were 104 individuals approved for surgery, 25 of them, 18 to 25. In 21-22 was 119 approved for surgery, 27 in the 18 to 25 category. And I only have partial data for 22-23. It was the 19 as of this point in the year that I was looking at. Now,
What?
3 of which are 18 to 25. So that's not going to change. In fact, we're going to provide more support because rather than sending those individuals to Quebec to get the surgery, we are going to attract the doctors
hate it
here,
here.
so the surgeries can be performed here, as well as the aftercare, which is very important in the case of some of especially the bottom surgery. So there's nothing that's changed there. When it comes to hormone therapies, those are covered by a parent's drug plan. And so again, those are not therapies that are currently covered by government. They're covered by parents' drug plans. And I would just say that just in the case of the federal government, last year, the federal government passed a new agreement with federal employees for health benefits, and this agreement recognizes that benefits should only apply for gender-affirming procedures for adults 18 years of age or older. So I'm not quite sure why the Minister of Health would take such a strong position when their own employee insurance plan only supports adults receiving these treatments. So we are being, I think, very responsible in the approach that we're taking. We are going to continue providing the same services that we've always had. We're going to make sure that they're even better so that those who are transitioning get the appropriate aftercare and counseling support that they need. And so, I welcome the discussion, but there's nothing that we are doing that would violate the Parent Health Act.
Just to follow up, the parent advocacy groups in Canada and frankly internationally have been applauding this policy. One said that this is a common sense measure that is 100% necessary when it comes to keeping parents informed about the safety of their children. There's been a lot of support for this, there's been a lot of opposition from the opposition. But I'm curious, where you stand on smoking and notwithstanding the laws when it comes to that. Will you do that?
I hope it doesn't come to that. I mean, we're putting this forward with the best interests of the child in mind, and we believe that the child's best interests are served by having a supportive family.
What is that? I'm notwithstanding.
We believe the child's best interest is served by making sure that when they're making decisions, that it doesn't have it's not irreversible until they're of an age or they're prepared to live with the consequences of that. So I think because of those aspects, I would hope that this is supported. That's the spirit with which we brought into it, is making sure that we're protecting children's rights and children's choices.
Thank you. Operator, please.
Yes, Lisa Johnson and Mr. Jones.
Hi, thanks for taking my question. I'm wondering, my understanding is that your legal first name is Marlena. Why did you choose, I wonder why did you choose to go by a different name? And why you would take steps to restrict the same freedom for others to do the same?
Well, my mother's going to get a great kick out of that question, because I've been ever since 9/11, I've been telling her how difficult it is that she decided to have me go by my middle name and not my first name. It was my parents' choice to call me Danielle, and it was my parents' choice to put on my birth certificate that Marlena Danielle Smith. They just like the ring of it better. That's actually what it comes down to. They didn't do the same thing for my older brother. He goes by his first name, not his middle name. My middle sister, she goes by her first name, not her middle name. My two other brothers also go by their first name, not their middle name. They just decided to make a difference with me. They liked the name Danielle, but they didn't like the ring of Danielle Marlena Smith. That's what it comes down to.
So her real name is Marlena?
Did you have a follow-up, Lisa?
Yeah, thanks for that. Critics of this cluster of policies have asked how you feel about the fact that you have restricted the rights of vulnerable young people in Alberta to gain favor with the far-right wing of voters in your party, which are a pretty small representative population of the province. How do you respond to that?
I would say that we're supporting kids in their right to make decisions about their own journey at a time when they're mature enough to make those decisions. So age 16 is when they can begin with the hormone therapies, and age 18 is when they'll be able to commence top and bottom surgery. We just think that that's a responsible way of approaching this issue, so that the
I think your
kids are
doctor
not
should have to approve it as well.
precluded from all of the future choices that come to them when they decide to make.
I think you should have to have 2 doctors sign off on it, and that you go and do a psych evaluation.
Right, and so we think that this is preserving the choice.
Like if you are,
Thank you, operator. Go through the next caller, please.
Thank you, Janet French, CBC.
if they think you're not responsible enough to be making that decision, like say you're being bullied, say your parents for some reason are pushing you to do it, I think that doctors should sign off on it. Make sure you're mentally like not just like depressed and doing it because you want to get recognition.
We commit to providing a list, but if instead this was based on people's feelings and feedback and not evidence, why do people's feelings take precedence over evidence?
Well, there's lots of published material. As I mentioned, UK, Denmark, Norway, Finland, Sweden. We've also seen a break in the community last year when one organization talked about reducing the thresholds, and they ended up losing a board member and other support. There's a different organization that has the endocrine doctors that have different parameters. They're actually a little bit closer to what we've proposed here. And there are other medical associations that actually don't prescribe ages. So this is why I would say that there isn't one single narrative, and there isn't one single answer, and there isn't one single authority that we can rely on this. So a lot of it is going to be looking at the impact on kids. And I think most people would acknowledge that if somebody is making an irreversible decision that could end their ability to have children, that's a decision they should make as an adult. That's certainly
even as a female, I can't. Sorry, Jack.
I should say, I mean, has been the practice in Alberta. Is that you
even in Quebec, as a female, I'm not allowed to get my tooth tied until I'm like 40.
18 or over. And so, as I've been watching around the world, this conversation taking place, we're affirming that practice is going to continue here, that we don't want kids making irreversible decisions before.
Si ça vous fait hausser les sourcils, voici ma technique qui m'a permis d'accumuler plus de 10 millions de dollars en immobilier. Numéro 1.
It's been an action-packed week in the Canadian real estate market.
Yes, it has. Welcome to the Canadian Real Estate. Here we're going to talk about all sorts of different topics related to the Canadian real estate economy and markets. Mainly focused on Toronto, but we like to really spread out and cover any news stories across the country.
We know about the overall economy here in Canada, but we really just know, pockets of Toronto. But this is the Canadian Real Estate Show. So here we are. We got lots of news for you this week, don't we, TK?
Yeah, and we may even have a couple guests to join us at the end of the show. So let's first start by looking at what's going on today in the local Toronto real estate market. January was a very busy month for realtors. We had a lot of activity. We had a lot of buyers out there who were competing for homes. But what do you think prices have been doing, Daryl?
It's interesting that you asked for that, TK, because I feel like you're trying to trick me. But based on what I've seen, I feel like, prices are fairly stable at the moment.
Well, so far we haven't seen what the Toronto Real Estate Board's January numbers for 2024 have been. But we are expecting to see a small rise in prices based on the activity that we've seen and the lack of inventory.
Lack of
The
inventory.
charts I've seen that have been compiled on Twitter shows actually a small dip in prices, but so negligible that it really shouldn't matter.
One of the things about statistics is they can be easily manipulated. So you always have to be questioning the source of those statistics and exactly what type of measurements they were making. But so far, based on anecdotal tales of competing offers and prices compared to some of the last sales in those particular neighborhoods, we have seen some pressure on prices. And again, it's a result of an increase in demand and a lack of supply.
There definitely seems
Not
to
true.
be a strong demand out there right now. We
Yeah, but
saw
there's no lack
a
of supply.
story of a semi-detached this week that had 85 offers.
That's 84 disappointed people, Daryl.
It's true, TK. 84 disappointed people. Can we blame the realtors for this one, TK?
I would most
Airbnb.
likely say yes in this case.
All of a sudden, people think that because like they
85
have
offers seems to be
mommy
a
and
little
daddy
bit
gave them
unnecessary.
property and they
Or
already fucking are renting
the
somewhere and like so they can
marketing
Airbnb it out
methods and
and call
pricing
themselves
strategies that were
realtors.
selected by the listing agent necessary to achieve that goal? Could the listing agent have achieved that price, or even better, with a different type of marketing or pricing strategy? Could that agent have saved the time of 84 disappointed buyers if a different marketing strategy and pricing strategy had been employed? What do you think, Joe?
I think that a lot of the buying agents should have probably just pushed this one aside and considered it out of reach for their client's budget. No, the market the way that they should.
Yes,
Having
I'm
access.
sorry for interrupting you there.
That's okay. We'll give you the first strike.
What an asshole.
If you're any good at your job as a realtor, from my perspective,
Which they're not,
you would
because they're
know
not realtors.
what that price should fetch, regardless of the amount of offers involved. And if you go
Next door.
into it with
That
the
house has
right
been abandoned for
information,
years now.
most of those
They
people just
looking a new
should
their
have looked
fireplace.
beyond.
Huge fireplace.
Have you heard any stories lately about
I'm
a
pretty sure
seller
the upstairs
who
window
might
has
be
been
struggling to
open
make their
since the
payments
summer.
because of the increase to their interest rates on over months from a variable rate, or because they've renewed in the last 18 months their previous fixed rate? Have you heard of those situations, Bill?
I have heard of that a few times. I feel like that story is
I've heard
dying
of people
out
going up
a little
to
bit,
houses with for sale signs that are doing open houses that they have a wad of cash and they hand the
If you're
realtor
listening
a
to this
wad of
podcast
cash.
right now from the
And that's
comfort
how
of your
people
own
are getting
home,
houses right now.
we suggest that you hit the subscribe button, like the video, and leave a comment if you have anything to say.
We really hope that you learn something from this video. And if you do,
Are you serious?
pass the message along so that more and more
You
people
guys are fucking
can
idiots.
learn from us as you have today.
And so what happens is buyers have this belief that they are going to be the lucky ones to buy a property for what is undoubtedly characterized as under market value, right? And so when somebody decides to make an offer on a property that's listed for $750, even though the sales of that property in the neighborhood of similar property types are over $1 million, and that same property sold for close to the asking price over 5 years ago, what buyers believe is maybe this is the one where the seller
this is
going to
ridiculous.
let me have it for less than
I'm
what they
sorry,
could
like
get.
we sold my grandfather's
And
house. It was a
perhaps
semi-detached
the
for
illusion
seven.
of the 84 disappointed buyers was far greater than the
170,000.
capacity of their realtor.
I think we had it listed at it was estimated at 195,000,
You can't get it.
and we
if you
settled
don't
for
try.
179,000.
That's the lesson here, right?
And my parents bought their
When
house.
investing
It is
creditor
two
in his
double
father,
lot backyard
Walter, would say
bungalow,
he makes 100%
like,
of the
and
stocks
it
that
was
don't take
like I think they bought it
And I
for like
believe
200,000
could not be more
or
true.
something like that.
And for those
And it's been
84
like
disappointed
40
buyers
years, and they
who
still have not paid it
unfortunately
off.
this week
They're
spent
looking at
their
another
time,
30
energy,
years before they
and using
can
cash
pay it
flow
off. I think because they had to
on making an offer
remortgage
on
the
that
house like 3 times. Like,
What a great Canadian reference you made there with Wayne Gretzky. Hey,
Thanks, Dale.
well done, TK.
like, and now we're talking about 700,000
what
is
else is
average.
happening
Like,
right now in the current market?
and it's like I'm not in any way invested in real estate. I'm just born in to sell a house. My grandpa, and in hindsight, we should have sold our house and then lived in that house since it was already all paid off. You know, we had to pay the property taxes on it. But
the man in the
semi-detached, and my mom wanted her house still, and we should have had it paid off already because my dad has 2 pensions,
for a section
and I still can't afford it. Like, we don't have like a new driveway, like, or anything. Like, we do all our house renovations like ourselves, DIY. Like,
living in one
every piece of furniture in this house is from the trash. I shit you not. I shit you not.
Anybody?
Every single fucking piece of furniture in this house right now is from the garbage. I'm not kidding.
Bringing attention to it, so hopefully that there becomes a solution that we can offer these international.
Look at my TV.
I'll give you an anecdote story that I actually heard last night.
See how big my TV is?
The condo for sale that is going to be coming on the market.
All of it. All of it is from the garbage. Everything. Everything I own is from the garbage. Upstairs, I have like a 72-inch TV that I managed to fucking jam into my fucking car. I probably broke it.
And he says he was offered the last time that he was renting out his condo about a year ago from somebody that he knew an opportunity.
Like, welcome middle class to reality down here with the lower class.
1+ gen condo with 2 washers.
Well, they can finally like check in and be like, hey, something doesn't seem quite right.
Could be characterized as a second bedroom. And he was offered from one of his community brethren to house 8 international students, and that he would be paid a premium, where he was only able to rent conservatively $2,200 a month.
I think my old neighbor Joanna did that. I think she was housing like 2 to 3 students at a time, and I think the government was probably paying her for it. But like after a year, you have to kick them out. Like they can't stay for longer than a year.
I just like sure.
Because like someone drove past her house and was like, "Fuck you, Joanna!" I'm like, that's not the first time it's happened either. I'm like, who the fuck can hate Joanna? Like, she's amazing.
Would soar through the sky to the moon, as we like to say.
It's like the epitome of a strong, independent woman.
I feel like my guilt would not be able to handle the living conditions I'd have to provide in order to achieve those promises. But it seems like there are many,
For the love of God, stop making condos.
who have no issue with this at all. Actually, it seems like
these real estate agents who are married to contractors that become developing agencies.
Can you imagine?
And then they buy up fucking entire blocks, level all the buildings. Takes 15 years for them to rebuild. And like usually they don't even finish the building. Like, 15 years later, and these people have been paying mortgages like for buildings they can't live in that never end up getting finished.
Future issues.
And then, well, the company goes bankrupt. Whoopsies.
International students liaison,
and they hide everything in their wife's fucking names. Like,
make 6 figures and have professional jobs here, but they were new to Canada as well. And what he said is there would be
they try to say it's all because we all hate immigrants. It's like fucking nobody is saying that. Like,
on the property. But there would be a strain on
and it's fucking irritating for the English and the French to be arguing about fucking who was here first.
But he also said
Just
that
embarrassing.
8 students living in that condo that was designed for 2 people. That was newly constructed only within
Why would you want
years,
to
so
pay
perhaps
mortgage
a
fees
standard building.
for a building you'll never own?
He believes that he would have to then later on incur future costs on the capital repairs.
That you have to share with other people.
Flooring, kitchen, bathrooms, fixtures, paint, walls, door handles, and any
You say
other
handles?
damages
Door
that
to
parents may cause. And so he decided that the ends didn't justify the means, and that, like the old adage, which is very true, if it's too good to be true,
It is.
Sounds
Nothing's
to me
free.
like the next Airbnb.
Now we're taking in immigrants and dumping them off at homeless shelters that already
The
like
real issue with Airbnb.
our homeless people don't want to stay at the homeless shelters because you get your shit robbed and you get stabbed. Like,
And so while
and they fucking boot you out at 5:30.
Like, if you are a slumlord in Brampton,
People would rather sleep in the fucking cold on the side of the road.
seems like the party is over.
Put it this way.
Because there's
When I was
new
homeless during the summer,
legislation that could be on, could be off.
one of the guys that he would always be
unclear
going to the soup kitchen,
currently.
basically the soup
But it
kitchen.
seems like
It's
they
under
put a
in the basement
licensing
of the church. They're not affiliated with the
process in
church.
place
They were getting my brother
in
a
order
crack pipe
to
with a packed
combat
lunch.
the level of
Needles, I understand.
separation.
Why
going
why
on
does my brother need a crack pipe?
in the building.
I'm like, is this like the church? Like, what the fuck?
You know,
And they're like, no, it's not the church. They're affiliated with the church. So I'm thinking of going on Sunday to talk to the pastor of that church and be like, excuse me.
The units in those
I know that they're giving
areas,
people food and all,
have been
but I don't think
legalized. They have been controlled. The amount
I don't
of
think it's
illegal
helping my
units
brother
has
to be
decreased,
giving him a fucking
and
crack
there
pipe to
has
smoke out
been,
of. I don't think that's necessary.
protection
Like,
given to tenants in that area. That is quite
I don't know if he
noticeable
knows
over the
what
last
the fuck is going on down there.
month,
Like,
maybe less. And probably 10 years at least. Now,
like
when
my
you look at
brother's
what that
no
does,
longer
though,
mentally sane.
is
Like,
it actually removes
and this is
rental
Tina.
units
They're trying to say
from
like
the
the
areas that
opioid
need them
epidemic
most.
is ramping up
Now,
again. No,
what
it's
is
not.
more important,
They're trying to
safety
hide the
or
fact that Tina
supply?
is
And
making
so that is
people
one of
kill
the
each other.
questions. And I believe the city of Toronto, one of the dilemmas that they
Making my
face
brother
is that
fucking
if they
thinks that
overregulate
people are trying to kill him.
apartments, it would seriously exacerbate the supply problem
Make
on
people violently aggressive.
cheap rentals and affordable rentals. And that's something that they know is going to be a problem. And I believe that Brampton, the mayor,
And I
Patrick
think
Brown,
it's
would also
way
be
more
well
addictive
aware of
than
this, and
what
therefore
is
decided
normally
to
on the
only
street.
regulate a small area as opposed to the entire city of Brampton, because we are in a housing crisis. Whether they are legal suites or not, we need as many places.
What
for
happens
people
when
to
a
live
real estate
as
company goes bankrupt?
And of course, it's the people that are
Like, if a real estate
doing
company
everything
has,
by
say,
the book
5,000
right
homes
now
and they
that
go
are out
bankrupt,
in the streets
what happens to those homes?
protesting the decision to turn this zone into a licensed zone for landlords, because generally they're just asking people to follow the current rules, it seems to me, that you have the legal amount of people in the legal amount of spaces in the building or the home. So,
Why do you think people get so
like
sick? That's what happened with the first
we
plague.
have a real conundrum here, don't we?
We definitely still have a housing supply issue. And so
And if
one
you
of the
look
things
at, I
that
think
we
it
talked
was
about on our live
influenza
on the clip channel.
during, like,
And
I
if you
think it
notice, we have
was
changed
World
the
War
way that
One
we
or
are,
Two,
presenting this news today in this episode. But what we would like people to
something
know
to that.
is
I
that
think after
these
World War
issues will
One,
not be solved
and it's
through
showing
simply
people who
a
have
licensing
influenza, and there's
of
like
apartments.
hundreds of people packed into a room. It looks like a
This will not
fucking,
be something that is solved
looks like the
through
Animal Affairs
media
emergency
attention,
room.
because we've had media attention on foreign students. The University of Toronto Scarborough campus has had many
Because, like, they're talking
illegal
about
houses, which
fucking,
we
it's
have
so
now
funny. They actually have the same video posted twice.
2023
It's like 2 months ago, 2 years ago, and it's the exact same fucking video about nurses shortage.
But
Because, like,
international students
here they literally
have
fire
been,
nurses if they wear
part of
hijabs because
the,
it's a religious symbol.
storyline for many years now on the substandard
Super
living
fucked.
accommodations that we've been giving them, and that
Can't be a
the people
teacher if
who
you're
are
wearing a
taking
fucking
advantage
hijab.
of that situation not only are
I guess a
trying to
yarmulke
profit
as
from
well.
the supply issue, but also putting the students
Like,
at risk. And
like
yet
that
the
affects
government
your
doesn't
fucking
seem to have any
ability
real
to teach in
solutions
any
on
fucking
creating
way.
more
Like,
supply.
I just
The
don't.
only
I think your
option that
crucifix
they
goes on a fucking
as
chain
of
underneath
yet
your shirt.
is, well,
You don't
maybe
wear
we
it on
should
your
stop
head.
letting so many international students.
Fucking dicks.
What do you think about that, Joe?
Make all of us look fucking
I think,
idiots.
as usual, the government is aiming for the wrong part of the problem, and they will likely not fix anything by slowing the amount of students that come into this country.
No,
I
they
think we're
said
still
that
going to
2
have,
years that foreigners
even with
can't
the
buy
slowdown,
property
record
here,
amounts. Well, maybe not
even if
records
it's for
compared to the
a
last
commercial
couple of years,
property.
but still ridiculous amounts compared to historic averages when it comes to immigration. And so if you add
We
that
still
on
you take
top
them
of
when we
an
blow up their
already
country.
strained system
That's why we have so many
already
Vietnamese in
doing
Montreal.
crazy things,
Like, funny, not
Um,
funny. Like, I should not be laughing.
help
Like,
the situation from my perspective.
it's not fucking
Now,
funny.
what's also interesting as part of this whole story is that we'll talk about a housing crisis and a shortage of inventory, but in the news right now, we see articles about builders and developers having more inventory than ever right now.
No, like
and
there's 3
people are just not
houses on my
buying
block alone
the
that have
excess
been empty for
inventory
years.
off of that, or it's
And I think
leaving
people who are losing their houses should just go
slow.
pick an empty house.
And just a
They're
little
like, that's where we live
caveat
now.
before I hand it over.
Because like you'd walk down any block and you'll see houses that like their driveways aren't shoveled. They haven't. No one's been there in years. Like, and they're perfectly livable. Like you can, they're fine.
Entire building of 4 or 5
It's like the people that own them are no longer in this country, or they have no next of kin in this country.
It's absolutely insane and unheard of anywhere else on the planet. So what's probably really happening is we're getting to a realistic amount of inventory and a realistic
Yeah, but no one can afford it.
of sales.
I don't know anybody with $1 million.
As part of the process moving forward.
They're talking about
But
like fucking what's her the native chick. She literally did a month of being like, I feel pressure and she's $130,000 a year. I don't even know anybody that's made $130,000 a year. Like, if you make $90,000 a year, to me you are rich.
Due to rising costs of construction as well as cheap debt, but also due to the rising costs of land and
Give it all back to
government interference.
Here's the news.
Taxes, levies,
Before we fucking destroy everything.
So on and so on. And so I believe that buyers now, looking at the performance of their pre-construction investments over the last couple of years,
Montreal would have done fine if the Expo 67. Oh, but it's not French enough.
My grandmother's line of credit. Now, when I
Third
was speaking
generation
to a client recently who bought a property in 2013, and this was the case back then, he reminded me, and I thought long and hard about it. And he said, we lined up at the developer's office, which was, in another part of the city, not at the location that the building was going to be built. And we were amongst the first 100 people who were in that line to get free parking and an opportunity to select the unit of our choice. And those type of methods were being used
free parking
at a time when the pre-construction pricing and resale pricing of that day were much more in line with each other. And so as costs increased, the pre-construction market changed from developers launching their own projects without the aid of a cooperating brokerage and the buyer agency that we have today. And they were able to sell projects in the same fashion for similar
first of all, you do not need a real estate agent.
And seem to be quite satisfied.
You do not need to fucking give someone 4% of what your fucking house sells for. Like, literally, you could do this on your own.
In order to be able to sell your product, that's when maybe these have been sort of a hard sell, and that it wasn't about it being a good investment or not, but it was just
a friend of the family who was a real estate agent to try to sell my grandfather's home, and he would just like 3 times a week he would come with a couple and he'd go to my house and he'd point out all the things that were bad about my house. So all the carpets need to be ripped out and like all the carpets, like I'm sure there's like hardwood floors underneath that just like give him a quick like cleaning and touch it. Like I was just like, why are you saying all the bad shit about my house? There's a lot of like it's antique kind of
in the process with the
whatever. Like he was the worst. Like that's why I got to stay in it for like 3 months.
Larger units, and they need you to have a certain amount of 3-bedroom units, and they need you to have a certain amount of 2-bedroom units. And
no, but the problem is people that are my age, like I don't know anybody with $20,000 sitting aside. Like
you need to sell these units at a certain price per square
unless your
foot.
mommy and daddy
And
can
as
give it
the
to you,
size
like
of the unit
it's not really people I associate with.
Or the price per square foot does not.
Like that's why rich people are rich because they don't hang out with poor people like me.
Or at least you want it to from the sales.
But rich people love to give shit away. That's for sure.
What happens is you end up with a bunch of
like to cure their guilt by giving
to
charities and shit.
The price you need to get in order for your project to not,
which is one West Island,
underperform.
I don't care if people want to make fun of me.
So
I want to be around bougie rich people.
Yes, we're building.
At least they keep their fucking drug addictions and their fucking family issues behind their gated communities.
Flowing and people have buyers willing to buy anything. The system can work. I think what we're finding as part of this process is that People can't afford 2-3 bedrooms in downtown Toronto for $2.5 million in a basic normal building.
One of the obstacles that we've been facing, and all your points are well received, I believe, by the public, because there is some responsibility that the government needs to have here. It's not the developer's fault.
Yeah, it is.
Not being able to provide affordable housing. I mean, if we've got 31% of the new construction home going to some form of government tax or levy, that means that you've got a significant amount of the project that is going to be required to be increased in price in order to be able to cover those costs. And so when we're looking at in the past where development taxes were, when developers
you guys aren't real developers.
How much has changed over time?
You guys are shoddy contractors.
What the percentage has changed over the last 10 years. But more importantly is
you guys technically amount to handyman.
Individual investors to buy these condos, putting their money.
But you guys literally go to something like Nova Career Center, adult education, to get one thing of general construction, and then you guys are like, oh, we're contractors and fucking we develop houses, and this is my wife who's also just about to be a realtor. We sold something on Airbnb once.
Portion of purpose-built rentals be removed both from the federal and provincial government. But what's necessary in order is the land cost doesn't seem to be something we're able to increase as much as anybody would hope for.
Developing developer, I don't even know, but they fucking sell condos. And this lady's been on the road for at least 5 years. There are some middle-aged moms who are fucking pissed because they got signed mortgages for fucking condos 15 years later and not built. And then they literally tear them down because they went bankrupt. And then what do? They fucking are building more condos. We have highways for future condos that will one day be there. I sit at the flight every fucking day. There's nothing around. Empty.
It is right now, and some tax advantages for large multinational or Canadian corporations who want to add residential real estate into their portfolio. Some very large tax incentives in order for them to say, you know what, even if this doesn't make me money on the construction side of the project, it's going to benefit my business in other ways. And these are the things that I believe are going to be more impactful than Patrick Brown's licensing of basement apartments in Brampton.
Well, and having said that, we have Mr. Sam Mizrahi in the news again, who seems to be getting foreclosed on another site. And so I think from my perspective, what I've noticed is there seems to be this split in the supply that's able to be brought to the market, because really everything is luxury. If you look at any brochure for
people
any
that only live here for like 3 months a year, they're like, Montreal's amazing.
Condo, if it's being sold, every building right now is called luxury. So what is actually luxury is being muddied out there in the market. But what we're really seeing, at least from a cost perspective,
we're talking about retirement home, retirement villa downtown next to Atwater. I'm like, oh yeah, okay.
To be somewhat affordable.
Atwater, where every elderly
person wants to be. To qualify for, to get the financing you need to get in order to be able to build a purpose-built rental. And that thing's not going to look pretty. That's for sure. In order for it to make any money at any point in time. But we have an unwillingness for these people that are even trying to build to even start building now, because look, people are going bankrupt because of other factors like construction costs, which are actually going down, but other costs like interest rates have just killed a lot of projects. So what you have right now is people doing either super cheap to qualify for that really super cheap financing and do things that way, or people are going super high end, super expensive, super real luxury, and that middle is going to disappear.
Oh, it's gone.
And
the middle class is very upset
right now. Nowadays, you have to be either really well capitalized or
Welcome
people
down
are
here to
dropping
rally
like
the rest
flies.
of the slower
And we
class.
see a lot of foreclosed on sites right now that are zoned or almost zoned coming across our desks.
Well, the current state of pre-construction condos with the oversupply that they're in right now, I imagine that some of the developers' plans were to be launching sales in 2023, 2024.
How's that working out,
Those
Cupcake?
plans weren't realized. And so when you're looking
No,
overall
we're insulting
at,
basically
the
every
picture
country.
of the economy and interest rates and consumer confidence, it looks like we're going to be in this situation for a lot longer than people had expected. And you more than anybody else would know, adding 24 to 36 months onto your timeline on some of these projects just no longer makes them feasible.
Well, and generally, coming to the decision of should we launch now or should we wait, and you're weighing those costs, it's likely on top of a decision you've already not been able to make, where you've paid all this extra interest for all this extra time dealing with things that are, just typical for development in the city of Toronto. Everything just takes longer than anticipated or longer than it should, regardless of what's going on. So you have this additional already that you hopefully put in the form as some kind of cushion. But now your cushion is probably eaten up, and now you decide, should we wait? Is the market going to be better? Is it worth it? Is it worth the cost, or should we just launch now? And so I have to think that most people that are launching now have a couple of agendas. One, they have to, because they're being squeezed by a lender. They have no choice. They have to move. They're not capitalized well enough to hang on or do what they need to do.
What does launch mean? Is this like the stock market fucking dictionary shit?
Big machine, and they just need a project to keep all the good staff on board during a slow period. So they'll just take one for the team. Or three, they're trying to eat up market share in an area and put some other builder out of business. Or destroy their deal. Maybe eat them up for breakfast after they go out of business. Otherwise, I don't know why anybody would be selling it.
Okay, so another real estate company is going to buy
There is good news.
the properties.
There is good news, though. This week, Olivia Chow did announce that instead of the 10.5% property tax increase, it's only going to be 9.5%. Due to the federal government providing $143 million towards the fight to keep refugees housed in Toronto. Now, I'm no
Dump
expert
them off
on
in front of
refugees.
homeless shelters.
Neither am I an expert on municipal
Carrying
budget.
Louis Vuitton, Gucci
I've
fucking
seen the
luggage.
government spend money before, and I know
Hey, this
exactly
is not what
how
they said it was
far
gonna be.
$143 million goes. And I can tell you with certainty that does not go very far. And so what I'd expected from the beginning was the municipal government to announce a higher tax increase. So that way, when they did finally make their decision at a little bit of a smaller number, everyone said, okay, it's not just 10.5, it's only 9.5. Therefore, I think she's doing a pretty good job. And in order to be able to garner more votes, which seems to be very Olivia Chow-esque, she is targeting renters. Again, it said, how can I help renters in this struggling economy for them to pay lower? They're not paying property taxes. What can I do to make them happy? I'm already giving them as many programs as I can. I know. I am going to decrease the property tax mill rate on multi-residential properties. So therefore, their landlords will pass the savings along.
I'm sorry, why do you
even
call
though
it
there's rent
recreational
control in
homes?
most of those buildings, and that they're going to be increasing it to the max of 2.5% anyways. But thank you, Olivia Chow. We thank you.
Everyone thanks you, Olivia Chow. And you know who really takes the brunt of all of this? It's really the immigrants that come in that are struggling, that are trying to make their life here in Canada. And one of the perks of being the host of this wonderful show, the Canadian Real Estate Show, is that from time to time, somebody reaches out or calls me or calls TK.
Really?
And so this week I got a call from somebody, and we were just talking, and we were talking about when he immigrated to the country back in the early 2000s. And he was giving me the numbers of what it cost his family in order for him to come here and get his education. And what struck me was that if I took the number that he paid and I added inflation to it, I'm pretty sure, and maybe I did my math wrong, because that tends to happen from time to time, but I'm pretty sure that it was even more expensive for immigrants to come here and go to school back then. So here's our friend, TK. This is Navraj, right?
Navraj.
Navraj.
Hi,
Well, welcome to the show.
Welcome to the show.
Thank you. I'm a long time watcher.
Okay.
A long time watcher.
Don't be nervous. We're just two regular guys in black and white suits and ties trying to
I missed the
be
memo.
professional. Trying to be as professional as we can today.
As serious and professional for our followers
You guys are
as we
fucking
possibly
such basic
could be,
bros.
because people want to hear the truth.
Oh, I don't want to
from
hear
us
you
for some
speak,
reason,
but
TK, and
I have to
people come
listen to
here
you
to
speak
learn,
because you guys are
and
the
we've
ones
been
who are running my
clowning around,
economy.
and we feel
You're
really bad
fucking
about it.
Bitcoin.
So we
Fucking
brought you
monopoly
on to
money.
get into some serious topic, and that's immigrating to this what used to be wonderful country that now is.
All you have to do is
kind of
take your
suspect
extra money, you
depending
just
on
put it
your
over here in this account, and you
But
just accumulate
what I was
money.
telling
Ta-da!
TK is that you guys, I don't know if we can share the numbers, but you guys spent a bloody fortune for you to come to school here.
Yeah, I mean, I'm transparent, so I will share my numbers with you. I moved to this country about 8 years ago. I did bachelor's in engineering from University of Waterloo. When I started, I think the tuition for a term was $20,000.
Wow.
So that's 4 months, $20,000. By the end of it, because they have annual raises on the tuition fee, I think by the last year I was paying close to $25,000. And now it's
I
probably
didn't even
even
know
more.
that.
It's probably like 35,000 range for bachelor's in engineering, at least. But it depends on the school. The diploma mills, they will not charge as much, right? So
The
it
what?
depends totally on where you're going for school.
So my degree from the Athabasca University in Alberta, do you think that the price has gone up from $750 that I paid in 2005?
Surely. I would guess yeah.
Slight increase.
Maybe a slight increase.
Slight increase. So you're a smart guy. I mean, that's a great program. How does somebody from anywhere in the world come to Canada and pay for that cost? And actually, University of Toronto, much more than that.
Yeah, but those are the
This
people
year.
who get in.
Yeah, I think Toronto is even more. Back in the day, I was comparing where I should go, Waterloo or Toronto. I had offers from both, and decided to go with Waterloo because it had a better engineering program, and the fees was also a bit lower. At least there's 5-10%
Yeah, like
difference
very
in fees.
few
But yeah, it's difficult.
people that I know that were really smart in
25,000
college.
every 4 months.
I don't consider
is
Dawson
a lot
college.
of money. Thankfully, at the University of Waterloo, we have a co-op program.
Dawson's
so
a
you can
fucking joke.
do internships.
Even
as
if I
part
got
of your
accepted into
educational,
fucking Dawson, I wouldn't have gone.
program. So every 4 months, you have an opportunity to do an internship and make some decent money if you can find good jobs or internships, and that would help pay for the tuition. I paid my own tuition. My parents helped me initially, but I was lucky enough. But it's difficult. I mean,
There
if
it
you want to
is.
come to Canada for a good program, it's impossible if you don't have the funds.
Mm-hmm.
But if you want to come to a diploma mill, I think
Even if
it's
you live
different. I think maybe for diplomas, the fees probably 5,000, 10,000. I'm not even sure, but they're opening schools in strip malls. They're just not providing valuable education. But if you want valuable education, if you want
No,
to
I learned Native history for 5 years. That was written by white people.
Pay a lot of money.
So are people coming here for the education, or are
I think
people
my last
coming
year,
here because
in grade 9, I went
they
to a total
don't want
of 8 or
to
9
live
classes of history.
I think it's the latter for the people I've mostly interacted with.
Like, we can still have memories
right? For example,
for our
for me,
math
I
and
think for the
fabs. We have
education,
open book
thought
and like
better education
all the other
here,
courses.
and I think I do not regret the decision. I think I did get good education, but doesn't mean if you're bringing 1 million people in a year.
No, they want me to learn fucking shit in French. But Quebec and French that they teach you is not the same. I learned Parisian. It's not Quebecois.
And they would have a better living situation, even though that's not even true anymore. But I think they're getting the message now. I think people have stopped thinking of Canada as this was a great place to go to. I feel there's been a huge shift in the last few
No,
years.
it's a big joke.
How do you feel personally in the last 8 years?
Sometimes I listen to like a few podcasts and people
Do you have citizenship?
mention that they have changed. They've seen Canada change in the last decades. I can tell you, I've seen it change in the last 8 years. It's a different place.
Oh yeah.
I think it's just after the.
We're like a
I
third
don't-
world
not to get
country.
too political, but I think there's some policy that the Liberal government like, hit upon.
Places that we've been
implemented
considering
that-
third world countries are laughing at
that
us.
were not best for the country in a way that we were not attracting the best talent. That's what we should do. Because we want immigrants, but we want people. to
No,
be
we're
very
made up of
talented that come to
immigrants.
this country, right? Because we don't want to add on more people and just, they're just driving Uber or whatever for work. We have a lot of Canadians already that can do that work. They need
The
skilled
English-French
labor, but I
argument
think some
was just so
policies that were
fucking
implemented Were not right, and I've seen a dramatic shift in the last few years.
I had a client that I was dealt with personally.
Nowhere else in the world does this.
Anecdotal, not coming from me personally, but it was an Indian client, and they said, "You know what Canada has too much of these days, PK? Indians." And I said, "What?" I said, "What do you mean?" And they said, "Everywhere we go." They said, we're driving 3 hours up north, and there's more Indians." And I said, "But you guys also came here." And because they had come here, I think maybe 5 to 10 years ago, roughly, right? This is the Canadian dream. You know what the Irish said back in the 1950s when we
What do you mean Indians?
Too many Irish. What's going on? Why are they letting in all those people, right? And so it's just part of the Canadian culture, right? Is that there is a mass amount of immigration coming from one country. Chinese was 10 years ago. It seems to be India now. At one point it was the Italians.
Philippines.
The Europeans, the Philippines. It's just the way how Canada was built. And so the government doesn't know any other way. They don't know how to build our economy in any other way.
Give the land
We
back
are
to the fucking
effectively
Native
warehousing
Americans,
people in
goddammit.
Canada. That is what we do. And we just don't have enough concentration of other businesses to put our
I hope
efforts
the
into.
natives take pity
I
on my
think
poor
the main
boy soul.
difference now that we have is that in the past, although there was high levels of immigration, and they were definitely focused on one country at a time, it seems, or at least one kind of geographic region.
I think the white
at a
people are going
time,
to try to take over
it
the
might
canal.
seem.
That's my
But
theory.
we were able to meet the demand for housing back then, and there were either price, there
But we
was
won't be able
policy in place that
to manage
allowed
the
it to
rapids.
happen, or for whatever
I think we'll have
reason,
to ask the native
things
people to
worked
do it.
at that point in time financially in order to incentivize the people that need to build the stuff, so that there isn't the kind of environment that we're in right now. And so when you have a cup and you fill it with water, there's only so much
It's the
water
whole wood
that's
problem.
gonna
They want to
fit
go
in that
free
cup
fucking cut
before it
on
starts
native
spilling
land.
over. And TK, we've talked about it so many times. 3 years ago, we were afraid of the idea of 400,000 people coming in the next year when they announced it. And then very quickly, they announced it's actually going to be 425. And everybody was crazy. And it turned into 1.2 million. And then it turned into like 2 million over 2 years. And so what we have right now is a cup that's not only overflowing, but it's like the tap is still going full steam ahead. Even though we turn it a little bit down for the immigrants coming for education now.
Yeah, but they're going to
still
the people who have been living here are going to
Nothing
realize,
here
like,
in the
hey,
country can
why
handle
are the immigrants coming in and getting luxury
And
condos?
that's a very weird place to kind of raise a family or start your
Like my family, they're not drug addicts. They're not like gamblers. They don't have alcohol problems.
Like in your living standards, what were the amount of people that were living in one apartment?
My grandfather also worked for fucking 40 years of his life.
Before, your son's neighbor was like, hey, let's get a roommate on a 2-bedroom. But now it's like, hey, let's have 3 people in a 2-bedroom. Or, those types of things. Have you seen that?
I personally haven't, because I work in like a sector which pays decently, so people like to maintain their living standard. Like housing is the first thing that they prioritize. I feel like people usually prioritize housing. I also do the same. So for me, I personally haven't seen that shift yet, but I'm sure it had happened quite significant. There's significant impact with people like trying to like room up now. just to save costs because it's so expensive.
We had that issue at the University of Toronto Scarborough campus. I was talking about it at the beginning of the show, and that the Chinese students were all being put in these unsafe conditions, and then they cracked down on it, and it was this big news thing, maybe 5-6 years ago.
No one
now
wants
it's
to
the
pay to
Indian
live.
students. I'm going back now in my head. So in the late 50s and early 60s, my dad had, they had 8 brothers total, plus their parents, plus his grandmother, in a 3-bedroom house on McCowan Road.
Yeah,
with an
and they
unfinished
all used to
basement,
all
so they
get
were all on the main floor,
influenza
and they
and
rented out
pneumonia
the
and
living room
shit.
to another family. That's what you did.
That's what you did. My
You're trying to
grandparents
survive.
did. Yeah,
And
my
eventually they
grandparents.
were like, well, they're going to get another house. And then that brother moved out. He got married. They got their own place. They wanted their own place. And over time, they eventually spread out so they were all in their own home. This is just how it works here in Canada. I don't think it's anything new, to be honest. It seems like information seems to be released in a way that's very political these days. And so they're spreading these stories through social media and the traditional media in order to be able to just get people to be angry and fearful and maybe change their vote or figure out what's wrong. But at the end of the day,
I voted for Trudeau.
Are
No, but
Now he won't leave.
maybe don't you think that it has gotten harder for that to happen in the current climate now?
Yeah.
Like your family, for example, splitting out and moving to different houses. You think it's possible still in this day and
Right.
age? Like if you started off together?
But it's never been in the realm of
prices and
possibility
rates.
to ever
how are you
have a
affording it
house.
right now?
I live with my family.
There
so
you go.
That's
Well,
how I
there it
afford it.
is.
But you know what I mean? Like I get what you're saying, and I'm not disagreeing with you. Believe me. Yes, it seems like compared to 8 years ago, 10 years ago, 30 years ago, things are more difficult.
My
But
grandfather's
there are
house was
people
empty.
doing it right now.
I was
right?
pregnant
And
in a
so
tent.
I think that there is got to be a level of
That's how much family support I
responsibility that
get.
people take. Maybe Toronto is not the city that you can afford to live in based off of your income and all these type of things. Maybe your your living standards are too high. Maybe you should be living in a basement apartment. Maybe you should live in a condo with your family instead of a detached house. Whatever. But there's got to be some self-responsibility. I don't agree with all this. I want it to get better. I want price to come down. I just know I can't control any of those things. And so I look at my own situation and say, okay, could I afford to be in a bigger house? I don't live in a big house. Could I afford to be in a bigger house? I could probably pay for it. I don't know how my life would be. I probably wouldn't like it, but I'm comfortable living in a house that's within my means, that I can afford, that I know that there's never going to be an issue, paying the bills.
You don't know
that
that,
makes
friend.
me feel comfortable. There are people who choose otherwise, and so these are all the things that I think people are very they avoid those type of.
You never know what's going to
situations.
happen.
That being said, something needs to change. We need more housing, guys.
Nope.
Well, the
Nope.
gap between the wages out there, the average wages of the average house or the average shelter
Because it
is
got over
so
100 years
far
for
out
you
of
to,
whack
to
from
actually
history.
finish paying off your house.
This is
Like,
what's
if you don't
making
live
it
100
harder.
years,
And when you
then-
add the fact that groceries are up and gasoline is up and entertainment is a ridiculous price to just go out and entertain yourself for an evening. It's $100 easy.
God
And
forbid you
didn't
sit
even do
in your
anything.
home
If you
thoughts.
take an Uber, you're $150 to $200 if you want to have any fun at all.
Yeah, but you
And
public
so
transit like the REM.
we have all of these younger people that used to just have to come
I'm curious
out
to know
of
how many people have
university,
lost their jobs
go
since the REM.
apply for a bunch of jobs, get a job with a good
Because,
firm,
like, you have
save
to have a
up
boss
for a
that's
few
really
years,
okay with you
buy
being
a
late for
nice
work.
house, sell that house to somebody else for a profit, get another house. This seems to be much harder unless you start with a bundle of money. It's harder, but it's not impossible.
I want to ask Navra a question first to interrupt again, Joe.
That's like 8 strikes, you
I
can.
know. You mentioned to me that you're in an industry that you've got good compensation. I'm wondering, just like through the program that you went to, through friends, through other people that from other places, doesn't have to be just in your community, from everywhere else. Are there a lot of other people who are experiencing the same sort of wealth or the same sort of what's the word I'm looking for? Success with making let's say 6 figures or more, right? Like that type of stuff. Like do you have a lot of friends where you kind of look around and you say, hey, yeah, what, my friends are doing really well, or are they working minimum wage jobs and struggling?
Yeah.
Everyone I know is
Me
struggling
personally,
all
all
the
my
time.
friends are doing well. But I don't know what's the reason, but I think it has to do with the education that we got in a way. So I don't really have anybody making less than six figures. And I think even if you're making six figures in Toronto right now, you still can't afford to pay. What do you want to say? 3,000 in rent?
Right.
I agree. The life that we expected from 8 years ago. If you're making six figures, you're going, I'm living good. But yeah, the cost of living is going up. But incomes have, and I keep hearing people quote the average income. Well, the average income hasn't gone up. The average income, everybody that I'm talking to is making
30
six figures. I'm listening to Congo right now where the tenants are in there.
In May.
And the husband's making six figures and the wife is making like a good income. Like they have like 200K combined income. They're renting a condo for $2,200 a month. Like people are doing well out there right now. But the wealth that's being created in this inflationary cycle, I think, is being overlooked because there are still.
I'm so done with you. Absolute nonsense.
This AI tool makes it fast and easy to create t-shirts that can earn you thousands of dollars per month.
I want to give you a disastrous glimpse into how insane the speculation in 2020, 2021, and 2022 got in Canada's real estate market. This story serves as a warning about real estate ownership for you and every single Canadian, with some major takeaways that could protect you from financial ruin. But it also involves a child star and a so-called influencer buying over $1 billion of Canadian real estate, essentially using none of their own money, and how that empire that they had built of over 400 properties was built on a foundation of quicksand blowing up in their face just over the past few days, leaving over 300 people furious about how their money, millions of dollars, may have just gone up in smoke, additionally creating disasters for some smaller towns and communities in Canada. First, we need to get into the who. Who are these people that have built up this massive real estate portfolio that is crumbling as we speak? First, this is Dylan Suter, a realtor, investor, and social media personality. We'll talk a lot about that social media personality in this video. And second, we have Robbie Clark, who is a former child star turned investor and social media personality. He starred on a show that aired on YTV in Canada called The Zach Files for a couple of years. He's gone on to create a company called SID Developments, another thing that we're going to get deep into in this video. Now, each of these guys put a huge emphasis on their social media following, going on countless podcasts talking about their various successes in real estate and in finance, and you can see they amassed a large following. This is Dylan Suter, 261,000 followers, and Robbie Clark, 349,000 followers, a pretty big social profile. Now, as this story has been breaking, both of these people have made their accounts fully private, so we can't check out their posts, but we do have some examples of them talking about all their success on podcasts.
I guess how many houses have you acquired and how many doors have you acquired?
That number changes daily. I think 7 more houses today. 3 months ago, mid 2021, I surpassed 500 doors. The goal of mine was to get to 1,000 doors this year. I won't get that this year, but I will definitely hit it next year. On completion, which most of these properties should be complete, somewhere between 130 and 150 million worth of real estate.
The problem is everybody can have an excuse, right? Like I can have an excuse. Okay, cool. My credit was 420. Like, that's a joke. Well, you know what I mean? When I was going through this, and I had to use other people to sign on a dotted line just to purchase more homes. And, ultimately, if you're going to work with lenders, and we work with a lot of private lenders on initial acquisitions, they got to know you know what you're doing. So who's your team? What's your experience? And what is your knowledge? You got to be able to talk about it and prove it. A few of those clips are going to sound a little ironic once you find out what was going on behind closed doors. But all in all, this wasn't an uncommon thing to share your experiences on social media. From 2015 to 2019, there was a rise in popularity of social media figures who would focus their content on building wealth through real estate by growing an ever-expanding portfolio of rental properties and making content while they were doing that. It started off with just a few small YouTubers documenting their journey and putting in the work and renovating properties and renting them out to try to set them and their families up for success. And honestly, watching these guys was one of the reasons I first got interested in real estate and making YouTube videos. Though my content's changed a lot over the years, this is what lit the initial spark. Whether they realized it or not at the time, this vision of building up a real estate portfolio that can sustain you and your family is relatively easy to sell, right? There's no question that Canadians have been feeling the financial pinch for a number of years now, especially young Canadians, right? And realize that their degree won't get them any work, and even if it did, that work wouldn't get them ahead.
Yep.
So when you see somebody documenting how they've been able to make
They're just
boatloads of money
perpetual
through real
students.
estate
They go
and
to
are
school
offering to
forever
tell you
and
how
then
they
they
did
go,
it
blah, blah,
while
blah.
you're
Someone's paying for me
struggling
to
to
go to
make
school.
ends meet, well, a lot of people are going to listen, especially when we're in a decade and a half of extremely low interest rates, with the housing market booming and making new all-time highs essentially every single year. And while I think some of these early YouTubers had a lot of merit, there are certainly some benefits to sharing about how successful you are in real estate on the internet. And we'll get into that in some of the less than truthful representations in just a second. So Dylan and Robbie, each with over 200,000 Instagram followers, set off on their goals of buying up as much real estate as possible alongside some of their other associates. And Robbie started a company called SID Developments. I'll let him explain it himself.
Over the past 10 years, we have purchased and renovated over 700 properties with an average after repair value of $350,000. This is significantly under the cost of new build and represents affordable housing on the sales side. We've sold 300 properties since inception, all with purchase prices under the cost of new build, creating economic value for the homeowner to purchase them. In each city, all of the form on the home comes from local talent, totaling hundreds of workers and dozens of small businesses, giving significant economic value to the city. We have a long-term approach and believe placing our clients first will provide long-term value for everyone. And in addition to this, over 70% of our units in any given city meet affordable housing criteria, as stated by local and provincial guidelines.
Essentially what they're doing is going into less populated cities, at least 4 hours or more north of Toronto and Ontario, Canada, buying up distressed housing, renovating it, and then placing a tenant in the newly renovated property. The benefit in their eyes is that the lower purchase price of these properties makes cash flow once a tenant is in it. All that means is that the monthly payment the tenant makes covers the landlord's mortgage payments, property taxes, and all other expenses related to the property. Now, if a property meets this criteria and there's even extra money at the end of each month, that would be considered cash flow positive. Now, we'll get into the dangerous world of owning the opposite, which is a cash flow negative property, in just a minute. It's going to play a major factor in the story. So Suter, Clark, and her associates set out to buy as many properties as possible. But you might be asking, hey Russell, how do they actually qualify for so many mortgages? Is that even possible?
No.
Well, you're right to raise an eyebrow at that. Most residential mortgage lenders will cap borrowers out at 5 properties, requiring borrowers to go with commercial mortgages for any further properties where far larger down payments are often required, which often slows down investors if they have trouble coming up with that extra money. The workaround for real estate investors like these two is likely a mixture of 2 popular strategies in the real estate investor world, something called BRRRR investing and something called OPM. It sounds complex, but I promise you it's not, and once you understand this, everything else is going to make a hell of a lot more sense. BRRRR is an acronym for the steps that you take in this investing process, and this process ends up with you potentially getting all of the money you put into the house back in your pocket at the end of the day. Let me explain. It stands for buy, renovate, rent, refinance, and the most important part is repeat. Investors will buy a distressed property, one that needs a lot of work on it, right? Or one that's off market, you can get for a deal, quarter lives there. They in some way get this property or under market value. Now the next step is to renovate the property, bring it up to standards ideally, and then allow for a tenant to move in, which is the next step, which is renting this out. Now the benefit of renovating the property and renting it out is that will impact the perceived.
Yeah, but that's what the girl that lives here before us did. But she put it on Airbnb.
Apartment, you're making so much in rent, the property is largely improved. As a result, your appraisal will come back at a far higher number than the purchase price that you initially bought the property.
What?
At that point, you can use the appraisal to finance the property with a different lender, and sometimes they'll even allow for you to do a cash out refinance, which will allow you to borrow based on the current value of the property, the improved property, and take out the equity that you have in the property, potentially 80% of the after repair value of the property, sort of value after it's been fixed up. Now, because you get all this money back in your pocket, you're able to go out, buy another house, and do the whole thing over again. These are just make-believe numbers to make the math easier, but let's say you found a property that was not in great condition for $175,000. You're able to buy that property and do $25,000 of the strategic renovations that's designed to increase the value of the property. This is probably largely cosmetics, things that will increase the value more relative to the amount you spend doing them. Then you get an appraisal at the end of the day, maybe it comes in at $250,000, a significant amount more than both the purchase price and the construction costs.
Well, please, Felix. $120,000 and they sold it for $170,000.
Well, then you could maybe borrow 80% of
It's like a fun family project where kids and sledgehammers to get on walls.
$200,000 out, and that equals the amount of money you put into the property in the first place. So essentially, you get to own this property instead of having any of your own money in it. Then with that $200,000, you ladder rents and keep this money. This is how so many real estate investors can really start to scale up their businesses, being able to recycle the same money over and over again. But you might be wondering, how do they come up with that initial purchase price? Do they just have $175,000 sitting around? Well, that is where the other element comes into play, which is OPM, something that stands for other people's money. When banks and credit unions stop lending to you, the only other place is a place called private lending. This is where the individual people will give you a sum of money with set terms, and where you'll have to pay them a higher.
I paid Wix for my business because of its massive scope for functionality and freedom of creation. Being able to integrate and change and develop at my own pace. I've got a range of products and services. To manage it all from one place is essential. It gave me time back in my day to get going on actual projects. It really just made everything feel more achievable.
Everything's achievable as long as you have mommy and daddy cash out.
Recordings just got better. Hey, it's Dana from Streamer. I'm so excited to announce that local recordings are now available on Streamer.
Wanna kill her.
Have you ever done a recording where your guest
Yes,
just had terrible internet issues? They were blurry, they were freezing, you could almost hardly hear them. Well, with local recording from StreamYard, you'll be able to download a perfect quality video from your guests after the show. This means that no matter what you or your guest's internet connection is like, you'll be able to download the perfect high quality recording every single time. You can also download both a separate audio and a separate video file for the hosts and guests. Now with StreamYard, you can have freeze-free studio quality recordings on any connection, anywhere in the world. You can choose to download them, stream them later, or edit and repurpose them. It's your turn to test out local recordings. Now available on StreamYard.
Higher interest rate than what's typical. Maybe you'll even have to pay them points, is what they call it, which is a percentage of the total amount that they lend you. Either way, this is an expensive way to borrow some money, but it is a way that you can borrow additional money. Now, some people, when the banks will no longer give them money to buy homes, will rely on OPM, other people's money, get private mortgages from private lenders, and then use that to go and then purchase the property to be able to repeat that over and over again with deeper strategy. When these are used in tandem, that's where the big unlock is for these real estate investors. Now,
Lots of just like how we apparently don't understand banks, and we are just fucking idiots that don't understand that like you put $10 in the bank, it doesn't mean that your $10 is in the bank. Idiots. Like, oh, we lend out that $9. We lend out usually about $1 of that $10 is still in the bank. Like that's not what people would sign up to. No one would sign up to that.
Operating under a slew of different business names, they expanded their empire into the lower income, lower cost of housing areas of Timmins, Sudbury, and Sault Ste. Marie, cities in Ontario throughout 2021 and 2022. And in an instant, overnight, everything changed.
Inflation is too high, and more people are getting more worried that high inflation is here to stay. We cannot let that happen. The Canadian economy is overheated. Our goal is to get inflation back to its 2% target with a soft landing for the economy. To accomplish that, we are increasing our policy rate quickly to prevent high inflation from becoming entrenched.
In late 2021 and early 2022, inflation went absolutely insane in Canada, so much so that the Bank of Canada had to respond by drastically increasing interest rates and doing so at a historically quick pace. Something we covered here on the channel very heavily, going up essentially 4.75 percentage points for the interest rate in just about a year. The Bank of Canada increased interest rates to fight against inflation, and arguably fight with everything that they created by creating hundreds of billions of new dollars and adding to the Canadian financial system via something called quantitative easing, but that's a whole different story for a whole different. All of the impacts of these higher rates were meant to reduce spending or demand in the economy so that prices would stop rising as quickly and inflation would come down. It meant that businesses would borrow less and expand less, hire less. It makes it more expensive to borrow for everyone, any kind of consumer loan. Mortgages became more expensive, meaning people can afford less house, and as a result, that drove real estate prices down. Now, all of this can be especially damaging for real estate companies like the one we're talking about, especially with business models that only work when interest rates are low and the values of properties increase. But Robbie and Dylan and the people they work with must have had a plan for this, right? Interest rates can't stay low forever, and super successful people with such a seemingly illustrious track record, people who even teach this kind of real estate investing stuff to their hundreds of thousands of followers, well, these people must have had a backup plan, an alternative exit strategy, right? Wrong. Yeah. Remember the burst strategy we talked about earlier? One of the key elements of it is increasing the ARV or the after repair value so that you can refinance and get all of your money back so you can do it again. Now, this is a lot easier when prices are rising for these houses because even if you don't renovate efficiently, and even if you can't get the rent that you expected, the property's value will still go up because of a booming market, and you'll still be able to get all your money back. But all of a sudden, when that market is softening, well, things get a whole lot harder. Distressed properties that you thought were a good deal all of a sudden became a cash sink. And you owe private lenders, remember all that OPM, all that other people's money, you're paying them high interest rates, and all of a sudden, you no longer have a way to pay it back. Now that is exactly how this can take a look at this. 3 landlords among the largest real estate holders in Ontario owe $144 million under bankruptcy protection. As news spread, it seems that some of the people who lent them this money, the other people in the other people's money equation, say that 32 lawsuits are currently filed against the corporations in courthouses across Ontario. But because they filed for bankruptcy protection, it means that no legal action can be taken by these lenders to recoup their money until after this bankruptcy protection is over. But it seems that in the lead up to this, as all this was happening, they were still holding out hope that the market would take a turn, interest rates would come down, and property values would boom.
But that's what the news is saying.
A huge hole that they dug themselves into. Potentially to try to raise extra money to stop the collapse from happening, Dylan hosted an event this past August that was built to help business owners grow their business by up to 150%. Dylan Tudor here. I'm often asked, what have you done over the last number of years to see the growth you have in every area of your life? August 1st, you have an opportunity to come and meet his top coaching trainer, as well as his brother-in-law, and learn the techniques that he teaches at his event for a low ticket price of $129 to start. Come
You know, it's funny.
Ticket now, get here.
When I lived in Verdun, I wanted the place on the corner. It's like an upstairs above up and arm. So I was like, and I know that the people that live there moved out, so I was waiting for it to go on to market. As it turns out, some guy who lives around the corner, I could see the back balcony from my kitchen window,
It seems like around the same
had bought up from once halfway through the block all the way to the other halfway of the block. And then I watched him gut this entire apartment building, throw everything into the backyard, and then 2 weeks later, his father bitching him the fuck out. He's like, you're a fucking idiot, why the fuck did you think you could do this? And then him and his father spent about 2 weeks doing trips back and forth to the junkyard, getting rid of all this debris.
Many economists believe it's going to happen in April of this year, but it seems too late for this group of investors now, and too late for all of the lenders to get their money back as they originally expected. And they might be saying, "Oh, Russell, boo-hoo, these wealthy private lenders who are able to lend hundreds of thousands of dollars out. They knew what they were doing. They took the risks. This is their fault." And you would be right, but only to a certain extent. One of the things that lenders often look for before lending out their money is a track record of successful projects and cosigns from other trusted industry professionals to lower the risk that their money won't be returned. Now this is where the story gets even crazier, and it involves fake profiles, facades of success, famous rappers and porn stars, and best case negligent, worst case crooked mortgage brokers. Now, if I'm someone who's considering lending money to these people, I'm going to want to know that they've done this before, that they're well respected in the industry. And it seems like these investors that were involved knew how important their public personas would be to help them secure funding. Now, while researching this video, I found a clip from, again, a podcast that made my eyes raise.
Say faster, Sling, faster.
I think that's the big part, is that you can't afford to still do it. And so Stephen pushed me. He actually had 3 big goals for me. He said, write a book, buy 100+ unit apartment building, and spend over $250,000 on a brand. And I don't like marketing. I mean, we're prospecting based, marketing enhanced. We're not marketing based. You're just throwing stuff to the wall, seeing what's dead, and with a marketing approach. And so I was not loving the whole brand concept. And it took me a few years, but eventually I did invest in the brand. And that's where I got verified on Instagram and Facebook and all that kind of stuff by investing in that.
This clip made me think, wow, how do you invest in a brand? Would it be paying Facebook to run ads promoting your content, investing in creating higher production value, higher value informational content to grow your following? How does one exactly invest in a brand? Well, it seems that this investment was a little more direct and a little more deceitful. By going to a website called Social Blade, you can see more detailed stats about a person's following on a number of different social media platforms. Here you can see Dylan's page with 261,000 followers, but when you scroll down just a little bit more, well, there's a reviewing chart. You can see for the past couple of years, the profile has only lost followers, but you can see 1 week in particular where the follower count spiked dramatically, 185,400 followers in a single week were added to his profile. And if we flip over to Robbie Clark's profile on the same website and we scroll down, well, we see a very similar thing where there's these small
I used to work for Yellow Pages Online.net.
Are added in a single week. And then the larger spikes, this one was 81,000 followers in a single week. This one was, 164,000 followers in a single week. Now, of course, this is only speculation based on this evidence, but it seems to me that it's very likely
We
that
have to
this
sell SEOs.
brand was actually.
And we were calling to let you know that your bill is up for the annual services rendered. And would you like to sometimes that you could actually get them to subscribe for another year of not having a real service?
Kind of deceitful social profiles don't end there.
And it's $600 a pop. And you had a minimum of 3 sales a day, about 30 people working in a telemarketing.
Y'all got one question. I got some cash. What would you do with $1 million cash or $1 million? How would you invest? Let me know.
Hey Robbie, I've been hearing a lot about BitCloud lately, and my friends have been telling me that it's a scam. I know that you invest a lot on BitCloud, and I was wondering what you think of it.
Yo, Robbie, I heard that you buy more
It's
than anybody.
being part of the scammers. You want to be part of the
I
scam.
wanted to get into real estate investing. Where should I start?
By getting a fucking job and working for fucking 8 hours a week. Or 8 hours a day for make 40 hours a week.
Robbie, I know you buy all the real estate in Canada. What type of real estate should I buy right now? What up, Robbie? I got a question. I know you're buying up all the homes in Canada right now, but outside of real estate, what's some other areas you looking to invest in?
What's good, bro? Listen, I'm glad you
Bro.
asked this.
Yo, Robbie, what's going on? Thank you for sponsoring this giveaway. Thank you so much. And I heard you buy the most homes in Canada. Tell me how the fuck you do that shit, you heard?
Hey, what's going on, man? Listen, I really hope this video helps out a lot of people because people are going to hear that heavily. Just assume that I have millions of dollars to buy any property that I want, and that's just not the case.
Now, anyone who's remotely familiar with the internet can probably tell that Robbie is likely not connected to these big started, and that he probably just found them on Cameo or some other site that allows you to pay money for celebs to shout you out and say essentially whatever you want them to on video. Another thing Robbie would point to showing his success is his inclusion in USA Today with a glowing headline, Robbie Clark shares his recipe for financial success. And this article included a glowing description of him and all of his successes, and at the very end, gloating about how he's buying more properties than anybody in Canada. Just a quick cursory search on Google, and you can find a number of different articles that are kind of all trying to push the sort of same narrative. Look how successful this guy is. If you Google his name, this is what's going to come up.
CRTC.
But if you look more closely,
Margaret
this
Sinclair.
story is paid for by an advertiser. Members of the editorial
The person who
staff
actually
of the
runs Canada.
USA Network were not involved in the creation of this content. Who has the byline? Oh, the byline. Robbie Clark himself, who likely wrote this article as well as potentially some of those other ones that I showed you. So all of this to say, if you didn't look extremely closely and you just looked at the analytics of their social profiles, you could see how someone potentially less internet savvy could be convinced of their success. But still, you probably say
guys,
something
kept
like,
people in
"Well,
Parliament that like were like, oh my god,
this
color
and again,
TVs.
that's fair enough. But let's go just one layer deeper. Even if you would have seen through this phony social profile,
And you guys told them Star Wars and they think they're in Star Wars.
Dave Butler, a Canadian mortgage professional, was able to find some of the packages that were sent to potential private lenders. Now, these packages, at least, were approved by a mortgage broker named Claire Gray. This is a document that the mortgage broker would give to her Rolodex of private lending lenders. I'm trying to sell them on the opportunity to lend their money to these investors. Now, inside these packages, there's some rather interesting claims. They start off strong, saying, "We thoroughly endorse and approve these borrowers. They've proven themselves to be experienced, professional, and ultimately successful." You might say, what are these names? Well, there's, like I said, a complex web of different co-owners and different shell corporations that all own these properties. These two are involved in SIP Developments, which is Robbie's company. This package offers the potential lender some pretty juicy fees and pretty juicy interest rates, $2,025 per month in an interest-only payment at 9% with an $8,000 lender fee to try to incentivize this lender to lend 100% of the purchase price of the home value. That means that the investors don't have any skin in the game, but these lenders potentially could be fronting the entire purchase price of the property. This report also used some pretty generous valuations. They said, okay, even though we bought this at $270,000, when we finish renovating it, it's going to be worth $400,000. So you're definitely going to get your money back, even though the average price of a home in this market is actually $250,000. So saying you can get $400,000 after renovations might be questionable. It also includes very generously phrased borrower profiles, giving the lender a better idea of who they're loaning to, talking about all their successes while also connecting
5 to 7. 5 to 7.
Clark. This is someone who's started another business with him. And if you scroll down here, the woman here who's also married to one of the property is a full-time realtor that works with Dylan Suter as her team lead. Sending out a package like this, I believe, is hugely irresponsible for a mortgage broker to do. Claire Gray essentially led her private lending clients like lambs to the slaughter, whether she knew so or not, recommending that her clients lend to these borrowers potentially at 100% loan to value, knowing that they were expanding extremely quickly and likely leveraging way over their heads with other similar loans for properties and projects that won't work out if the market doesn't keep pumping at a historic rate due to ultra low interest rates. And as shit was starting to hit the fan, Claire's clients started reaching out to her saying, "Hey, I'd like my money back from this private investment," to which allegedly her office responded that Claire wouldn't even be able to take the call because she's too busy, and they can't give the money back because they're moving things
Claire doesn't exist.
They have a
Claire's
couple
a murderer.
projects on the go, and even asking, "Hey, why do you even want your money back?" Claire Drudge even advertised how helpful it would be to work with her to lend out your money because it makes it easier to get your money back. They say that at the end of the term, the borrower will either execute their exit strategy and pay you back, or you may approve a renewal. But by working with a mortgage broker like me, they were able to help facilitate the exit strategy smoothly, i.e., you're going to get your money back because we're such good professionals. The Globe and Mail article that reported on this story said that to finance all of these purchases for these investors, the companies obtained more than 390 mortgages worth $89 million, 122nd mortgages, additional mortgages leveraged against the property worth $8 million, and 802 individual unsecured promissory notes worth $54 million, essentially loans with nothing as collateral. On top of all this money that they owe to private lenders, they additionally owe $2.8 million in unpaid municipal taxes, utility bills, and corporate income taxes. Again, the property taxes and municipal taxes going to the cities that they're in. These are communities that often are in desperate need of this funding, often going to the education system in more rural towns. Additionally, $600,000 to contractors and service providers, some of the people that Robbie was bragging about giving economic support to in that original video, as well as $55,000 in payroll deductions to the federal government, all the money that this conglomerate of investors owes. Now, we don't know if Drudge was the only broker doing this for the team of investors. It could have been a more widespread situation. I think that that's actually probably pretty likely that multiple brokers would be sending similar packages out to their entire Rolodex of private lenders. But we can't be sure with the information that's publicly available. And as a disclaimer, all throughout this video, I'm just doing my best to piece together as close to an accurate picture of the situation as I can with what's publicly available. But I'm looking forward to hearing some public statements from the guys if there's anything that set their head straight on. But there is one thing for certain. It's clear that whether it be via these packages or the artificial social media profiles with bot followers, it's clear that these private lenders were misled. The Globe and Mail was able to get in touch with one of these private lenders, one who lended $184,000 at 8% in 2022, to who she thought was a sole operator purchasing a single-family home in Sault Ste. Marie. She said, at no time were we told that they are part of this conglomerate of all these companies. We would never have lent to them if we knew that was the case. With 32 lawsuits already filed from some of the 300 lenders that lent for these people, the companies and these investors decided to apply for court order protection, essentially file for bankruptcy or protection, bankruptcy protection. Now, this allowed them to sort of pause all the proceedings on these legal cases, all of these lawsuits, to give the investors the opportunity to try to figure out some way out of that situation. They went to the judge and said, hey, we only have $100,000 in cash on hand, even though we owe $124 million, looking at high interest rates. They're facing a severe liquidity crisis, and they're saying, okay, well, if we had all these people coming for us and trying to enforce all these repossessions, well, that would be incredibly destructive for all of the creditors that we owe. We need to do this in an orderly way so that as many people can get their money back as possible, or at least that's the argument from the judge, which the judge then granted protection for a few months from all of these kinds of lawsuits. While I do think that these private lenders are victims to some extent in this collapse of epic proportions, I think that the real victims are the communities where this large-scale residential investment is happening, and the tenants who live in these properties. The mayor of Sault Ste. Marie, one of the towns that they heavily invested in, over 50 properties, said, well, this has been a disaster for the community. This is coming from the mayor. He continued saying, I think that we'd be better off if their assets were ordered to be liquidated by the courts and bought up by reputable landlords who had some connection to the community, because clearly these corporate entities, these shell corporations, have no regard for the well-being of the community. Another article covering this back in August that outlined the experience of one of the tenants. They said, well, everything looked great. I saw the photos of the house I wanted to rent. Everything looked good, but when I got here, there's a huge crack in my ceiling, multiple appliances weren't working, some big issues saying that the property was unacceptable upon arrival. Additionally, one of the connected companies was hit with $140,000 in fire code fines, not following the fire codes in the area, potentially putting tenants at risk. It's an awful situation for everybody involved, but I wonder what can we take away from this stuff? How can we learn from it and use the information to better protect ourselves and our families in Canada? And after hearing all of that, I'm guessing you don't need
maybe don't get the rich upper class and their fucking yuppie kids to take over everything business.
Sums of money is one way, one of the only ways.
If someone has money, you know what I didn't use it.
each additional dollar of leverage that you take on amplifies your risk tremendously.
Like, by the time it's like, oh, who could afford seniors to come? Like,
Leverage is a tool that should be used sparingly and thoughtfully. But most people aren't trying to build giant real estate empires. This also applies, though, to anybody who owns a home or one day wants to own a home. One of the biggest problems that Rocky don't seem to run into is the fact
there's the
that
people who are just like, nah, I'm not being so homeless.
other than the prices have to go up. All of a sudden, they didn't have the cash flow to cover the payments on the money that they borrowed, and that led them into the tricky situation that we've been talking about. So if you're buying your own home, I think that this maps directly to the situation where you could potentially lose your job, making it too difficult to make mortgage payments. That's why I often recommend that people seek to buy homes where there's secondary rental potential, even while you're living in it. If you lose your job, what will you do? What's your backup plan? You get additional roommates to help cover the mortgage in the interim. Do you have a 6 months emergency fund saved up that will help to cover your payments while you look for a new job? I think that thoroughly thinking about these things and these kinds of backup plans help prepare you for a worst case scenario.
I'm trying to save money and like heartbreak with things
that privately. Don't innately trust the people that you work with.
or like
Verify
fucking
things for yourself. It's so easy to be misled by fraudulent social profiles and brokers whose own financial self-interest could outweigh their dedication to the safety of your monetary climate. I think it's far better in my eyes than doing this sort of risky private lending, just a lower cost average to invest your money in low index ETFs that give you broad exposure to the markets over time. The temptation of fast money, though, through private lending and the fees and the high rates that you can get in daily in connection with this lending, well, it often doesn't outweigh the additional risk you're taking on.
Hi. Look pale.
Don't let hubris and greed get ahead.
You don't feel good?
I know nothing about who these people are as individuals, but my guess is that they do get into this business to hurt people and to hurt communities. My guess is, with many other Canadians, they started out trying to find a business that could help them get ahead.
Why are you chewing your foot?
Better life for their families and potential children in a challenging time, especially for younger people. A time where even wage jobs that pay well make you feel like you're barely scraping by. None of that excuses what was done here. It seems to me like it was a greedy desire to scale bigger, build higher, and own more and more. Now, don't get me wrong, I think everyone should strive to achieve their goals and their dreams, but along the way, take a good hard look at yourself in the mirror and ask, am I stepping on the people around me, pushing me down to bring myself up? Now, I think achieving your goals without hurting the people around you is, in my eyes, the true measure of success, even if it means you have to achieve those goals more slowly. And who knows, maybe there's more examples of situations just like this, more empires on the edge of collapse that we just don't know about yet. If one group could do it, who knows if others did it as well around the same time. I'll definitely be watching. So make sure to subscribe to the channel and check out the link in the description or my email list where I send out additional sources of bonus content whenever I post these videos. And with all of that said, thanks so much for watching. I really hope this video helped you.
Parcourez des kilomètres au volant du niveau EV avec la technologie de pompe à chaleur qui préserve la batterie et optimise son autonomie. Le Kia Niro EV disponible maintenant. Kia, mouvement de l'inspiration.
Hi, good morning. I just yelled more about it. I went to more dances. I made more money, went to more protests. Some dude with fucking cakey ass dreads literally down on his knees and sidled up to me and gave me maybe a little piece of paper folded up like this in the passenger car. And it would be the next ELF action, or the next ALF action, or the next protest against the anti-partisan. That's definitely the whole texture of the cloth, and it just gets woven tighter and tighter as I become more and more sucked into this idea of just permanent resistance to all this fucked up shit.
Pretty boy.
The things like the Animal Liberation Front, the Earth Liberation Front, I did my tours of duty, I think both of those. And then eventually our little silly little hacker group that we called the People's Liberation Front. The PLF, we were more of like a little militia. We adopted these titles called Commander. We all dressed in camo when we went to protest and shit. And one day, my friend sat me down and said, look, want to have a talk about something. A hacktivist group.
Hacktivist? Is that what it is? A hacktivist?
Yeah.
That's fucking cool.
The hackers called the Epilepsy Foundation of America. And they had placed on the forum on the front page
It's anonymous.
a animated GIF.
That's so
These animated GIFs.
fucking
We just drove very
the
fast.
face of Anonymous, meet them in behind the mask. There's nobody.
Concept.
There's a concept. Somebody behind it that is the boss of whatever.
Everybody. It's everybody is anonymous. Like,
Everybody can do something and like, hey, it wasn't me. I had a mask.
It sounds so funny on one level. I get the
but you get that concept from Fight Club.
The sponges in the bed.
Are they?
Yeah, round sponge.
You're a piece of shit.
Okay.
Round sponge you use to sponge your face.
Yeah, it sucks.
In the bed.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I know. I was laying like. What's up, Jack?
This is what he's coming out of. So this idea that these punks were trying to hurt people in settings.
Can I finish a cigarette?
He
Or
didn't
can I have a
have a
cigarette?
great opinion of
No.
this anonymous, whatever it was.
We can't let that fucking pass. These people need to either be brought to justice or at the very least fucking monitored to see what else they're
Thank
gonna
you.
fucking do. So I was tasked with literally infiltrating and others. I was to go into the IRC, spend as much time as I could, make as much contact.
What?
Not to get these people busted. This was not some sort of law enforcement thing. I just want to know what these fucking people are. So that's how I get into anonymous.
You're an idiot. People, bro.
Oh, shut the fuck up.
That's hilarious. That means there was like a group of people that were like, yeah, we're anonymous.
They're giving you some makeup ads in French.
Oh, fantastic.
They know you're doing your makeup.
Yeah.
From late 2007 on, there was some degree of soft power.
What they don't know is I get my makeup from the trash.
Corral phenomenon. In some ways, it was effective, but allowed it to become a decisive force. There was no reason to expect that would last without a charter, without a structure. There was no reason to expect it to go on. It is very shocking in retrospect that it worked for as long as it did. My name is Barrett Brown, and gentlemen is anonymous was not founded, and I'm not sure if anybody would have taken responsibility for it had they actually founded it back in the 4chan days. 4chan is website viewing boards that have been around since 2004, 2005.
4chan's disgusting.
From which anonymous evolved. That was the crucible for anonymous. So I don't think you can.
You're a fucking idiot.
Maybe that goes on 4chan. Go to jail.
Yeah, but like the guy went on 4chan and it was just like, yo, who's anonymous? And they're like, yeah, we're anonymous.
Then there was a board that was just around.
We are anonymous. We do not forgive. We do not forget. Expect us.
And the idea was that your default
You know?
was
Right.
that was the name.
Fucking creepy as
Kind of
fuck.
like this high.
We do not forgive. We do not forget.
And so
Expect us.
they started to do what they call.
Is that a threat?
They're like, hey, let's do like a little field trip on the internet, something fun and stupid. So they did one of the famous ones was have a hotel.
Hey, that's what I started on. That was when we started
Infiltrate, have all these characters.
online, like having online friends. I met Caesar Sarnello. I have him on Facebook
Oh
even
wow! That little game was saying "Hi Hitler," the little character.
now. Yeah, but like, okay, so they were saying that there was a school in Montreal where all the kids stood up and did a Heil Hitler. Yeah, but like, that's how we passed drama class, is by coming up with like the most offensive skits, whatever, and Miss Salter thought they were hilarious. Like,
Pioneer land. There's no more frontier. Suddenly it was all.
I don't feel 100%.
I wonder, what would happen when these people realize what power they have, and what greater power they could have if they were to adopt some shared ideology, some shared enemy, and that ended up happening.
you usually don't
Everyone
know.
knows that anonymous existed,
Huh?
depending
You don't
on how you
usually
look
that.
at it, all the way back to even late
Too
03.
much crap to interview.
But in reality, that was two people on
Maybe
a
the milk
website,
wasn't good.
The strangest thing
Good boy, Jack.
happens, in January 08, it becomes this, giant movement that
the news is covering, and that was partially my fault, and definitely an
I'm pretty proud of
accident.
it.
You know, I look back and I wish I could say, you know, I masterminded this amazing thing on purpose. No, I have no idea what I was doing, dude. On January 14th, 2008, up on 4
Are you like a pro man?
this video is posted of Tom Cruise being insane.
Tom Cruise. Oh yeah, I love that one.
Being a Scientologist, when you drive past an accident,
You put that, and then they made fun of him, and not even 24 hours after, that whole video was off the whole internet.
Oh, really?
Who has the power to fucking do that?
The
The
CCP.
Scientology had the power to do that. They put the
Yeah,
video back, Lowe's, they put the video back, and put the video back, and every day they were removing it. But usually to remove a video, you're supposed to get like a whole team on it.
They remove my videos all the time.
Yeah, but
And I'm like, I don't make money like off of my videos.
It was taken offline in like 30 seconds. Scientology at that point was watching YouTube for everything going by and like, got it again. And that actually pissed us off.
You just don't do that. You don't take something off. Talking to someone about this, and they equate it to like a playground, and somebody took their ball.
We have fair use laws under the DMCA, but YouTube was still caving because they didn't want to fight $1 billion behemoth like Scientology.
The Church of Scientology, for a long history, ever since the internet became a thing, of trying to control it, trying to censor materials from the church they consider to be proprietary, generally things that are embarrassing regarding their beliefs.
So we decided we were going to troll Scientology by putting out a press release.
Hello, leaders of Scientology. We are anonymous. Over the years, we have been watching you, your campaigns of misinformation, your spreading of dissent.
What are you doing?
What is he doing?
Eat shit on the ground.
Yeah, but there's food there.
And
Yeah, but not underneath the TV there.
to successfully steer towards awe-inspiring.
Anonymous has therefore decided that your organization should be destroyed.
This is ominous. Like, we're writing like, the internet is coming for you. Get ready.
We shall proceed to
Yeah, that sounds like a threat to me, though.
systematically dismantle the church.
Look at all.
Sorry.
Anonymous promised an army
I'll
would
go
come
get cigarettes and dogs.
Scientology would come and bring just unprecedented chaos.
It was about 10:20 at night on the 21st of January, 2008. I don't remember my birthday half the time. I don't know why this one sticks so well.
Okay.
But we uploaded this video. And I think if I'm lucky, 20, 30 people watch this video, find it funny.
We are anonymous. We are legion. We do not forgive. We do not forget. Expect us.
I got woken up.
You guys made Tom Cruise crazy.
4:30 in the morning. She's calling me, maybe 5, is right around there. And she says, turn on CNN.
What?
And I turned on CNN, and the video is on CNN.
Oh my God.
What is going on?
You have nowhere to hide because we are everywhere.
We're sitting there with 1 million views on the video, news reaching out,
What?
paying big money to private eyes trying to find us.
Oh my
In
God.
front of us that are all going by the name Anonymous now.
They promised an army. They didn't have it. But by virtue of making it clear, making it palatable, people wanted this army to emerge from the internet and right wrongs.
And so naively, we're like, well, then let's plan a global worldwide protest in every, major country.
Oh no.
Yeah, they'll tell people to show up in front of Scientology thing at the same time. First time they rework out, second time, thousands of people showed up. All at the same time.
What you got, mister?
What you got, mister?
Oh my God. Can you skip the fucking propaganda ad? Never mind.
No, I'm not. I'm not doing anything now.
So they better remain anonymous. So
Too late.
need to cover our
I'm
the media needs
Why? You just woke up. Nothing's happening yet.
I don't know.
So we had to give them that. It had to be available. So we actually spent the next about 25 hours calling
Hey,
comic
it's not yours.
costume shops,
One is
and
fruits.
literally
Hey.
every single city we
I don't know what was that. I hope it was
had
food.
box masks in stock, sitting in
Didn't look like it,
no one
though.
was buying, that they had discounted because everyone thought after the V for Vendetta movie that 1 million of these would sell.
Ah!
And we're like, well, great, decision made. It's the only mask we can actually use. Everyone wants a romantic version of this story. No, it was because it was the only one that was available in every single town we were going to be in.
Yeah, Guy Fawkes.
It sort of created this mythology of Anonymous.
Oh,
Who is
no.
Anonymous? What are they? They wear these masks, you know. And I
They're
think that
literally
was the
nothing.
time when Anonymous was really branded.
And so having conceived the army and presented the picture of the army came, they happened to be clever enough.
It's just because of the movie.
Thousands of people.
V for Vendetta. That's because of that movie that everywhere they have that mask for sale.
This is what the internet would look like if it went outside. There were women, there were people of color, every race, there were young and old, there was everyone. And we just weren't expecting that. We were really expecting the young hacker, exploitator guys to all show up.
No shit, eh?
Maybe our little group of 20 that stood on the corner for an hour. And instead, all these other people showed up.
Yeah.
And that's how
No, I don't know you. I don't know you. I don't care.
You missed you.
No, it's fussy. I need to get something on it.
Go
Want
fuck
treats,
yourself.
mister? Treats? Good for treats? Your poop was so hard.
Well, he pooped in the backyard. I had to wash his butt.
Scientology protest at that time was plenty of talent. And that's what
I'm gonna get you.
They really were turned out to be people that were authentic. So I'm hanging out
I'm
with
gonna get
people, like I said, the vast majority, I have to admit, we're good people. At that point in the story, there's just one of those cathartic moments that's about to happen for really everybody. And that was the release of the Collateral Murder video.
The what? What is that?
The release of the Collateral Murder video, footage of U.S. airstrike in Iraq.
Oh, wow.
Oh yeah, I remember that one. You know, there are 4 people walking. They're there with the helicopter and the gun. They're like, "They have weapons!" Yeah, get those fuckers! And then they got them down. 4 civilians.
Wow. The release of that was an immediate thunderstorm of persecution fired off at WikiLeaks.
WikiLeaks picked a fight with the U.S. Now the U.S. is fighting back in more ways than one. American lawmakers want to see Julian Assange. They want to see him tried under the Espionage Act. And the WikiLeaks website has its own trouble. This is a new.
Yeah, but like everyone thinks that he made WikiLeaks.
But he did it. It's that woman.
Source of funding, MasterCard, Visa, and PayPal agreed to a behind-the-scenes U.S. embargo against WikiLeaks, whereby they all simultaneously, more or less.
Dang. Oh my God. Here, I got you. Here, I got you. Here, I got you.
Stop, please. Thank you.
What?
Baptist Church have PayPal.
What? No.
On their fucking site. But then what? A publishing company like WikiLeaks is trying to get enough money to pay for their servers, and no? Are you kidding me? And so Anonymous just left that day. The day the donation portals came down. Anonymous
Get your own boots.
Supporters of the website WikiLeaks launching a sweeping cyber war this week.
That's right. It's been called Operation Payback or also Operation Avenge Assange, and it's basically a loose affiliation of hackers that call themselves anonymous. This time they're turning attention to what they consider to be the enemies of WikiLeaks, Visa, MasterCard.
I hate being called a hacker.
This man calls himself Commander X.
I'm a security pen tester. It's the same
All
thing.
Anonymous is that we have the ability
Whatever.
to change on the internet.
Their method of choice, a denial of service attack, where hackers overwhelm websites with a huge volume of requests for information. Crashing the site, says Commander X, for a cause.
That process is the equivalent of a virtual sit-in. I can best sum up my philosophy with the quote that I'm so famous for, and I admit, very fucking funny. You only need 2 things in this world to be a world-class hacker: a computer and a cool pair of sunglasses. And the computer's optional. You have a site online, all of a sudden we snap our fingers and that site is gone.
Anybody can do it. You don't have to be a hacker to take down a website. You know, you can download a program and figure it out in an afternoon.
These are all various DDoS weapons. This would be the equivalent of a rifle. Now our target has been loaded, and as we say in anonymous, poo. And hopefully hundreds, if maybe thousands of people would download this same software and all of us fire. So it's really about multiplication. This is a weapon that's designed to be used by an army. And we just kept going. It was an incredible time.
What are you doing?
10 days, you don't even sleep.
You have in essence Julian Assange, who has become a cyber messiah, and hundreds of followers who are waking up zombie computers, their soldiers, and attacking companies like Visa and MasterCard.
And this is the first time you really begin to hear during those 10 days the FBI rhetoric was just over the top. You know, these are cyber terrorists. We're going to shut them down. And of course, we're all like, yeah, fuck you. Yeah, so what? Protest, motherfuckers. Get used to it. In the midst of that, I've been living in Santa Cruz, and I had a cabin up in the mountains, but I used to stay. And when I was in Santa Cruz, I didn't pay for a hotel. There's places to sleep outdoors. Santa Cruz doesn't just have homeless people. You have like you're mentally ill and you're addicted who hover around Santa Cruz because there's a lot of drugs there. It's a certain town. But the vast majority of people that they label homeless people are actually just homeless. They're just people traveling up and down the coast. Just traveling for backpacking, camp living culture that exists in California.
Introducing the all-new, all-electric Honda Prologue.
You will not make it illegal for a man to fall asleep on the fucking grass and give him a ticket and even put him in fucking jail. And when that doesn't pass muster in court, you make a law against people covering up with a blanket at night when you're asleep. We're really taking a blanket law in Santa Cruz. I'm not even shitting you. These homeless people at a protest camp going called Peace Camp. We were sleeping on the courthouse steps. We're sleeping in protest. We're sleeping literally with a sign next to us that said, I am protesting the sleep law. That's why we're sleeping here.
There's people sleeping all over this fucking courthouse. What's going on here? It's Peace Camp 2010.
So the camp has grown from an overnight sleeping to a 24-hour hangout.
We're stars, man. Peace Camp 2010. They can't get enough of us. We are the media darlings.
I'm at the Metro of the Santa Cruz County Courthouse where homeless activists have been protesting city ordinances for more than a month.
We have a squad of sheriffs on hand. The Santa Cruz Police Department despised all of us, professional protesters.
You still find you're sleeping here illegally? You want to find problems as soon as possible?
These people are not guilty because there's no public shelter.
The tension began to grow in Santa Cruz, very, very big time.
It's literally uncomfortable. They're going to arrest us.
And I've been arrested.
Hey, Chris, you have a warrant out for your arrest.
All right.
You want to push me up behind your back? Yeah, let's step it down.
Nobody had any clue that this scraggly guy with a long red beard and everything is like one of the most notorious hackers online.
But he's not.
Named Commander
He's not.
I decided that I would harness my new friends
What, Jack?
that I was gathering in the Anonymous Collective. And I said, I got a plan. I said,
What are you doing?
I want to take down the county website. I said, but I want to be super cool about it because I'm here in this fucking town. So what I'd like to do is do it really ethical hacking style. Let's do it on a Sunday at noon for 30 minutes. And we'll pre-announce it. We'll tell them the specific time it is going to be down so that, you know,
Jack?
the public will know that you just
What's the matter?
come back. I just went off and did it. I sat in a fucking coffee house and I'm churning out these attacks. I'm deploying cyber weapons that our crew built just to DDoS shit. 2 detectives from Santa Cruz Sheriff's walked in and gave everybody a good fucking look over. And that's when I started packing up to get the fuck out of there. Oh my god, my fucking heart is coming out of my chest. Sweat pouring off me. I got my pack on my back, my laptop over my shoulder, and I just fucking scoot left and walk normal as you can. But anyway, I made my way to the library, put out the press release from the library. And then the next morning I get up and the headline is on the Santa Cruz paper. I mean, in big black letters, Santa Cruz cyber attack. And I just knew it was epic. And I knew that my life would never be the same again. And the other thing I also knew was that Anonymous was the most powerful force ever to be created in humanity so far. And that no doubt they were fucking coming for us. And coming for us with guns drawn, literally.
Cyber is the battlefield of the future. And most of these attackers are going after whatever the hell they can in order to show you what they can do. And that is very hard, very frankly, to defend against. I'm Leon Panetta, former director of the CIA, former Secretary of Defense, and now chairman of the Panetta Institute for Public Policy. Power can be very infatuating when you know you have power and you can exercise that power. And I think in many ways that's what happened with a group like Anonymous and other hacking groups that suddenly realized they had their hands on a very powerful weapon and they weren't quite sure. And I think they still remain not quite sure about just exactly what it means. You know, for something like the CIA and for other intelligence agencies, at least you know the devil that you're after. But when it comes to anonymous hackers, it was much more difficult to try to figure out what are they after? What damage could they do? Are these just a bunch of people, you know, playing 21st century hacking games? Or are these people that have a motivation that could be very dangerous to our security?
Smart democracy.
I was fucking Batman. And I had powers. By then I was like giving up. I'm geeking up. I'm starting to fucking bust some shit. I'm starting to fucking have some fun with this. Because I was working very hard by that point. I was putting in 10, 12, 15-hour days to this movement of Anonymous. I was participating to the fullest extent that I could do and not die.
Commander X is who he is, and you know we all know we've all seen his version of reality. But he didn't come into my orbit until people started talking to me about the fact that X said he talked to you on IRC, and I'm like, who? He just kind of showed up as a guy who was putting up websites under the Anon name, and you'd look at it, and the website looked like it was built in 1993, like one of the first drafts of a website ever, that a guy who was openly telling us he was homeless was building. So, like, you didn't want to just outright say, what the fuck guy. You wanted to say, okay, guy's trying with very limited resources.
He would be, you know, he was doing his thing, and obviously he was doing DDoSing, he was hitting targets, I didn't think he was doing too much harm, and I was always kind to him because, surprisingly enough, I am actually natively a kind person by default. But I just said like nice things, sometimes like sarcastic, like "Go forth, continue, Commander."
As I understand his story, he was the kind of hippie protester who showed up and was holding signs anti-war and all that, and that was none of us. To speak the honest truth, like I'm the 19-year-old driving a car who sees a puddle and a bunch of people at a bus stop and hits the puddle as fast as he can.
Wow!
I'm not the good guy. So from the very beginning, there was definitely a clash of just personalities because he came at it from a completely different way. We sort of were thrust into being activists very accidentally, and that was just who he thought he was.
What a fucking dick!
I did not have all access at that point to Anonymous. I was, definitely very strong and very powerful person and had to respect even those people like Barrett Brown and Greg Housh and stuff like that. And I remember clearly going to Barrett Brown.
Why the fuck would you do that?
What do you think we should do next? I think he responded with just one word: keep an eye on the Middle East.
Commander X and I did not sit there and plan the advent of Optimesia and the Tunisian Revolution. The Tunisian Revolution began when a fruit vendor in set himself on fire in protest of the local corrupt police having taken away his assets for failure to pay a bribe. That is what started the initial conflagration. That's what started the street uprisings, the rage. It provided an enzyme, a catalyst, not good chemistry, or much else. Provided a catalyst, a center of attention for those in the country who are aware of it to rally around. Tunisia is one of those interesting ones where they invited us in. We didn't even come and talk to them. They came and talked to us, you know. At first, we all didn't think we could help. I mean, honestly, strange enough, Commander X was the first one on that channel saying, no, we can absolutely do this. And we all thought he was fucking insane. I mean, like, who the hell are we? This is a dictator of an African nation.
Some Tunisian hackers came to us in Anonymous, and in fact, they were more or less handed off to me because nobody knew quite what to do with them. But they claimed to have some rather extraordinary access, but needed some assistance.
It's a small country with a small infrastructure, and we have the username and passwords to every, you name it. The water supply, the radio stations, the servers that the president's email is on. You don't have to hack anything. We just have the password. Here you go.
So we were able to prove that these people were receiving just enormous bribes, living like gods, while Tunisia drowned in poverty. And so now these people are really just fucking furious.
Is this right? Who are the people who are planning on going to the streets? Are they our people? You know, are we helping some extremists who are going to make it worse? So we did a lot of work with these guys, and we did, honestly, like days of research into who the president was, Ben Ali, who he was, you know, the dictator, you know. Turns out the people who were going to the streets were really the people, and they needed to overthrow this dictator.
To the extent there is right and wrong, and that one can point to a large group of people and say that one is mostly right, that one is mostly wrong, there was never any question that we were right, and that if this was to escalate further, it would be a terrible thing for living involved, but I would personally be enthusiastic about that.
You look at it and you think, what could hackers
Jack,
do?
what are you doing?
You'd be surprised at how important it is to keep communication from city to city. We built this list of all the technology.
Where are you?
Block and kind of what order they would try and block them in. Like, easiest, they're going to just get Twitter and Facebook turned off in the country, right? So we put proxies up and fed them to all the people in the major cities as soon as the EMPs start working, access them this way. Can we get activated satellite phones to some of the people in these towns? Yes, we can. It keeps going from there. So like 7 layers of communication. So when the internet goes down, then when the cell phones go down, we can keep handing them a new way to keep in contact.
This is all unraveling in hours and days, breakneck speed. I fought, as we talked about earlier in the apartheid movement, for 10 fucking years. It took 10 days to run the dictator out of Tunisia.
After Tunisia, we're starting to help the Egyptians with the same tools because now we've kind of got a toolkit.
We're really beginning to define skill sets that specifically apply to these street revolutions.
One of the things we had done there was we knew the internet was going to get cut pretty easily. So our preparedness for that was we had gotten dial-up ISPs, old school 90s level modems mailed into Egypt. So if the internet got completely cut, but the phones were still working, they could dial into the internet.
That's great.
Turn the internet back on in Egypt 3 times.
So the Egyptians were using the internet to organize what would become the Arab Spring.
Oh my God, having geopolitical impact. We're saying who's going to fucking rule in this world and who isn't.
None of these were our protests when you look at any of the stuff we did during the Arab Spring. None of them were our ideas.
This is a revolution. So the sincere people of this country, they're the ones that want to make the change. They're the ones that will make the change. They're the true heroes of this country.
People showed up, asked for our help. It turned out it was things we could do. So we did it. And then I went back to building some plumber's website the next day.
I mean, I think we came out of the Arab Spring pretty convinced we were all fucking gods.
Commander X is definitely a victim of his own ego at this point. Was Commander X on the ground in the square in Tunis in the capital getting shot at? No. There were people on the ground risking their lives. They could have possibly done this without us. We could not have done it without them.
By the time the Syrian Revolution was over, by the time Egypt had started, the FBI raided 40 U.S. households on a single day in late January.
Oh, wow.
Over these DDoS attacks that slowed down MasterCard's corporate website.
L'événement plus de pharmacie est de retour. Découvrez plus de points, plus de nouvelles marques exclusives et encore plus de beauté. Plus de points, plus de marques, plus de beauté. En cours chez Pharmacie.
And visas and PayPal's for a couple seconds. Armed raids, families being held at gunpoint in some cases.
This is like fucking war.
Dozens of FBI agents targeted alleged members of a recent hacking group. Armed with search warrants, agents hit 6 homes in New York, along with locations across the country, seizing hard drives and computer accessories.
It's all at the same moment, literally the same fucking moment. That's how they do this shit. So that we can't get on like IRC and say, hey dudes, they're coming, fucking wipe your drives and run. And so that's what they did, except there's only got 39 of them. Because one was Batman. The reaction that they had was so knee-jerk to our attacks on PayPal, MasterCard, and Visa.
Visa.com went offline for a few minutes. Did that affect anyone's ability to buy anything or give anyone's info away? No, it did nothing. Their marketing piece where you could download a brochure was offline for a few minutes. Somehow, $50 million in damage. No. When have you, as someone who has a Visa card, ever gone to Visa.com? It didn't affect anyone. And it was down for 5 minutes, but they tried to get people, to go to prison for it. MasterCard's website was offline for a couple hours, but again, that was their fault. Their shit was really badly built. But again, very clearly, nobody uses those sites to do their transactions.
What does it take to get a case indicted these days? A couple million Bitcoin and extortions and things like that. Whereas, what did it take a case to get indicted in 2010? Low orbit ion cannon. By nature, it's a joke. Like the thing says pew pew on it. It's by nature, it's a joke. And, a joke will get you prison in 2010. My name's Jay Lederman. I'm a criminal defense attorney. I do a lot of underdog work. I do a lot of stuff that people won't touch because they're worried it's too high or too clandestine a level that men in, black Escalades are going to pull up and what have you. And that shit doesn't happen. Come on. Don't tell them that, though, because then I'm missing out on all my fun. I sent out a series of tweets that would represent some righteous activists busted in my foot, meaning in California. So in our general mailbox the next day, there was a message from them. It said, I'm Commander X, and, I am the Commander X, not just Commander X, I am the Commander X.
Yeah.
And they thought they were looking for the potential Santa Cruz DDoS. Consider that unauthorized access. And he thought that things were going down very quickly, or going to be going down very quickly for him.
I was in Mountain View, California. And I had known that they had pretty much tracked me in Mountain View. I was seeing the Crown Vics around. I saw the FBI agents in the library when I was surfing on the internet. Who would have had me surrounded by at least a dozen agents at all times? They must have really, really feared me at that point to deploy a dozen agents rather than walk up and fucking arrest.
I'm going back and forth with X. We had the meeting spot arranged. So using some sort of commercial-based email. I'm still new. And he was using some encrypted form of email for some reason, he said to me, the last email he said to me was like, Jay, I'll see you at 10 o'clock at the such and such coffee house. And I said, why on earth did you say that? He told me the name of the place weeks before. I had it written down. I knew where I was going.
There's a guy in Bermuda shorts and that stupid Hawaiian shirt that they always make FBI agents wear, thinking that that's somehow fucking and he's staring right fucking at me as I'm walking down the street. So I'm like, okay, so it's a game, right? So I'll play the game. I go to the coffee house. Another FBI agent comes in, sits down, takes my fucking picture with his cell phone, and I was like, okay, let's see if you know about the secret fucking passageway out of this fucking coffee house, because I did. Down the fucking stairs I went, out the fucking back door. Nadia, the fucking kid from hell, he was screaming because she fucking saw me bolting down the alley and couldn't get out of traffic in time to come after me. Ended up coming up the fucking sidewalk with pedestrians literally leaping out of this woman's way as she drives up the fucking sidewalk.
Oh my god.
And I was sat down in the bus stop with a cigarette. And an FBI agent who I've come to call a cybercrime guy got out of the van, calmed Nadia to sit down, made her put her gun away, and just calmly sat there with me and waited while I finished my cigarette. He asked me my name, and I said, dude, if you don't know who you're about to arrest, you're not doing your job right. Right then, Jay Wingerman drove by.
I was looking for parking, and I got a call from my office.
That is a very common one.
Yeah, I called back the number, and it was an FBI agent. And they were like,
That's hilarious. The same thing happened with a in your end. That girl, Rachel. Rachel was like 17 when she started dating Ryan. And she lived with her mother. Because her father was a fucking nutcase. Works for the RCMP. He's a private investigator for the RCMP. Yeah, so one day Ryan was getting ready to go to work. 7:30, he's about to open the door. Her father is standing at the door. Already waiting. He goes, you're Ryan Muirhead? He goes, baby, who are you? He goes, you know who I am. You are. And that's why I'm standing here, because I know that you leave for work at 7:30 and you work at this place and what?
You're not gonna go here to bug me. Fuck that. No.
He wants to see you.
No, he doesn't want to see me. He wants to bug me. I'm ready to move.
He was just standing at the bottom of the stairs.
I don't care. I don't have anything. If you do one or anything, I bring you back downstairs.
They got him an hour before I got there. I don't know what their methods are. Who knows if they had like some camera planted in the little whatever tree X was like, sleeping under, looking at his computer when he's typing. I can't prove that it was on my end, but it sure appears that the FBI violated attorney-client privilege by having my emails monitored and were able to pick him up an hour before I arrived at the meeting.
Meet Kiana, Shiori, and Carly, just a few merchants from around the globe who have switched to Shopify, the leading e-commerce platform. Why did they make the switch? Because Shopify makes it easier to run your online store. Sell everywhere your customers shop, reach new audiences, and manage everything all from one place. From Germany to Japan, see why millions of merchants are powering their business with Shopify. Are you ready to make the switch?
Boost your revenue and drive growth with Google Ads. Reach high-value customers across the entire Google network, like search, shopping, YouTube, and more. Get started today.
At that point, I went through a couple of days of court hearings to determine exactly what the fuck they were going to do with me.
They were alleging $6,200 in damages. They did what they could to make sure it was over $5,000 because that's what they were told by the United States Attorney's Office. How do I know that, even though I don't know that? Because that's what every United States Attorney's Office tells everyone about it. They say, listen, you got to get this over $5,000, or this is a misdemeanor. This is just some guy in a library, like clicking enter on his computer. Come on, man. Like, what's this worth? And that's what ultimately happened with PayPal. It was, be good for 18 months and we'll dismiss all of these. Of course, he could have gotten 15 years.
So I was released on bail. It's a mistake, tactically on their part. You had me, and you let me go. And so of course I went back to the fucking war.
I'd like to state for the public record that this press conference is being held against the advice of my legal counsel.
X is good at giving attorneys ulcers. Me, I'm ulcer proof. I work fine.
This document alleges that I am the notorious hacker activist known to the world as Commander X. I am Commander X.
Well, I don't know. You try to tell him to shut up. See how that works.
The indictment further alleges that I am in association with the global internet freedom movement known as Anonymous. And I say yes. I am immensely proud, humbled to the core, to be a part of the idea called Anonymous.
He does have the right to remain silent. He chooses not to exercise it.
I am a homeless guy. And I'm scary smart. And despite the best efforts of the city, the county, and now the federal government, I will not be silenced.
The FBI is now in possession of 3 of my computers, 2 fucking cell phones, and God knows how many fucking external drives. They've taken all my electronics. They've forbidden me from using electronics. Well, how am I going to handle this? I can't go back to hacking, but I want to keep fighting and keep fucking with them. And it dawned on me what I was going to do. I'm going to say goodbye, and I'm not coming back. And I began my run to the Canadian border.
As far as I knew,
Bad move,
he
idiot.
was like sort of the first fugitive out of this whole movement.
I never really believed that he was in Canada because it seemed too obvious. It's like hiding in plain sight being in Canada. Like, I really didn't think he had gone to Canada. And sure as heck, he went to Canada.
If you want to call me a terrorist, I've got no problem with that. But I would ask you, who is it that's terrified? And if it's the bad guys that are terrified, I'm really super okay with that.
The media, for some reason, loved talking to Commander X. I, for the life of me, never got it, but I also didn't think I had to. Like, the things he was saying in the media, well, sometimes they were, most of the times, they were just our talking points.
I went to go see him up in Montreal. Whenever you heard interviews with somebody like Anonymous, they treated it like, you were just some like troll that had run out of the cave and pixelated and all that. He was a guy who kind of looks like an older hippie guy, and that put a face on something that had been faceless to a lot of people. But I think it was in that moment too when he really became even more ostracized within the subculture of Anonymous, because the one thing you weren't supposed to do was to distinguish yourself really as an individual, but things that's faceless.
A lot of accusations have been levied at him about what literally is referred to as fame warring.
Here comes it.
They're not entirely wrong. I mean, he obviously wanted it. He literally named himself Commander. His own version of the story, very much says that he came in and was, helping to make things better. And
there were certainly people who just felt that Commander X didn't deserve to have a feature in the New Yorker about him.
There was that line in the New Yorker about South Guy who said it was like, I really got sick of Commander X when he started turning himself into Batman.
What, Jack?
That is a line that if it is said about you, if it is written about you, if it is something that everyone agrees with, if it can be uttered in truth, should be enough. But let me go further. He's an albatross. He's an anchor on all of our necks.
He would claim that like actions are being taken that weren't being taken at levels that just we weren't working at that time.
His alias is Commander X, and in some recent interviews, he's made some startling claims. He says that Anonymous may very well be the most powerful organization on Earth, that the group of 50,000 members worldwide have access to every classified database in the U.S.
Jack?
People would then be like, why did he say that? I mean, that just sounds stupid.
Like we could tell them, we have access to every classified data. And like a 5 or 6 year old would suddenly work that out and be like, well, how do you know? First of all, you have all of them, and second of all, why would you say that out loud if you really did? Wouldn't that be a bad security breach?
Talk a little bit more about that.
Hello, everybody. Wait a minute. 3 girls, 1 wife. Something is missing.
This guy.
Oh, there's the boys. I know you love your dada. Go on, say it. Dada. Dada.
Yeah, of course he loves you. He just doesn't show it on his face. Or with his body language. Right, Fruit Junior, come on.
I need a word with you. Your family's lives are at stake.
What?
Next Super Bowl has escaped from prison.
I'm coming for my revenge.
We have to get to the safe house.
Hey, look out.
The most important part of the heist is being aware of potential danger. I tried myself.
Thanks, Ryan.
Well, I have nothing more to say. What do you want to know?
It was getting to people because he was also making the message look bad. Like, he says this that's obviously insane, then another Anon says something that's obviously true, but they're all insane.
Several weeks ago, I began research and experimentation on the development of a software program and kit that, when downloaded and installed, would allow the users to conduct
come on, please.
essentially turning their home computer into a time machine. This is literally a fucking email you wrote in 2009. I was taking a break from reading up on the theory behind sonic time travel, and I was sitting under a tree. I was wondering idly if I would ever crack the theory of time travel. How could you even wonder that? At that moment, myself from approximately 25 years in the future came strolling down High Street. The me from the future, less than 10 feet away, turned and actually smirked at me.
What are you doing?
I guess my time travel software kit works. That's Commander X. That guy was among those people who, when I was not able to formulate the message that in the background or the foreground of the press, it was him. And it was increasingly him. And then when I went to prison, it was very much him. The FBI raided me on March 6, 2012. Raided my apartment first. Found I wasn't there. By design. They raided my mom's house and took all electronics, computers, phones, files, just like they had taken files and papers from my place. And then 6 months later, after I had learned, I've been told by the prosecutor that they were going to be charging my mom as well, which is a very common practice on the FBI, charging someone's female loved ones to cooperate. And knowing myself that I would never cooperate with the FBI, I've made several videos laying all this out. Hi, I'm Mayor Brown again. This is part 3 of a 3-part series on why I'm angry with the FBI. I've got a case for giggles. My mom has not been involved in any of this at all. Was not know about the tip I received the previous day. Didn't know I was over there. I come over there a lot. Didn't know why I brought, the laptops over. Didn't notice, didn't pay attention. I also threatened to shoot anybody or more FBI agents in my house.
They know that I'm armed. I come from a military family, but I was taught to shoot by a Vietnam vet and by my father, a master hunter, and I will shoot all of them and kill them. It was pretty obvious I was going to be dead before I was 40 or so. So I wouldn't mind going out with 2 FBI sidearms and fucking additional barrel. That's all right.
Like super passionate about the documentary.
Oh, is Barry getting fucking raided by the FBI? Holy shit!
Charged this time with 11 counts of aggravated identity theft. The charges in this case, specified, involved me copying and pasting a link from an anonymous IRC chat room. Then about the later after that, after those charges, I was charged with more for obstruction of justice. In order to keep cabinet. So, long story short, I went to prison.
Fuck.
If America's supposed to be the bastion of liberty around the world, how do I even end up here in Mexico? How does shit like this even happen?
The Computer Fraud and Abuse Act is one of the worst punished statutes out there, in that the amount of time you can get in relation to the harm caused is astounding.
Yeah, okay, I'm a criminal. What I face now is 12 years in prison.
This is hanging over his head, as it does with Tommy charge now.
So now on top of the 12 is added another 7.
Why?
So we're now talking about 19 years, and I, in prison, do not have that long to live. So it's a life sentence. And for me, that's the line in the sand.
You don't have the profile of someone that does hacking. Like at all. Oh, Toronto.
I actually first went to Toronto because of the world premiere of a documentary called We Are Legion.
Yeah, I watched that. Of course, he's asking the guy to do a comment. Like,
at an Occupy protest.
Okay, no comments.
At the height of the Occupy movement, and at that point he was homeless. He was clearly living on the streets. He was attracted to the movement because of its activist potential.
I have stood upon the mountaintop known as Anonymous and looked down on a world inflamed with revolution.
Yeah, I saw him again when he was homeless in Toronto, and he was, Toronto is not an easy place to be homeless. And he wasn't doing well. He wasn't doing well.
As a Frenchman too.
Being allowed to stifle dissension.
It's like Rob.
People are committing suicide and people are fleeing their
That's outrageous shit that people believe him.
to return. I think about the decision I made. I'm never going home.
A lot of time, Raj just fucking with me.
Made
Because he
me
thinks it's
feel
funny.
like it would be a very awesome place for me to take a bit of
Like, fuck, he had me convinced he didn't shower for 9 fucking years. Like, how do you have the cleanest bathroom, though?
Because they shower twice a day.
And so I met Ian Thornton when he was just walking down the street.
As a recently shown storyteller, this was
Wait, you want to get beat up?
There was
Yeah, you.
master plan to do anything with it, but viscerally,
Is that gonna be a shit?
this is the sort of thing that a storyteller dreams of. Truth being weirder than fiction. It has to be.
You're starting to be like my grandfather.
Almost every person who I've ever reviewed myself to.
Getting old, you know you're gonna die, so you're starting to be a shit.
Say that about my dog.
No, but you did that for 30 years.
What? Oh.
I'm gonna go, I'm gonna die. That was my grandfather.
Isn't your grandpa still alive?
No, he's dead.
I thought you said one of your grandparents was still alive.
My grandmother
has been using it
That's crazy.
as a bedroom. He slept with his laptop.
My grandmother.
My grandmother died when I
Can I
was
show you
like,
my penis now? Is it okay?
no,
Why?
because I have my camera on.
Oh. Well, you're just gonna get banned.
You can turn it off.
Turn it up?
Off.
No.
Electronic warfare and
I don't care.
mischief and intrigue.
He helped me write the
I
book
do.
because
I don't care no more.
I didn't have a lawyer. I didn't have a publisher.
I'm just gonna show my dick to the whole world.
Call Dan.
I saved his number in my phone.
Great.
What am I gonna say to him right now?
I don't know.
That's it.
Hey, you've been calling. What's up?
We thought for a moment, quite seriously, I might be going to Russia. And that didn't happen.
Because you're afraid that he's going to ask if you could stay with us? Is that why?
Thank you very much, everyone. And then Trump got elected. Sorry to keep.
I didn't even think about that. Now you're scaring me. Now I'm never gonna answer the phone.
How do you think I don't answer the phone ever?
So why did you tell me to answer the phone then?
Because you have friends. I don't.
That's still not true. My friends are your friends. Can I answer to that?
I have been answering to Dan. Me and Dan don't even speak the same language. Me and Dan can't make communication.
Great, good.
It's like you and Matthew talking to each other in grunts.
This is what you're looking for. It's a political hack. You're essentially.
I don't want to turn off your videos. I want to see how much I want. I gotta get in English. I want the whole world to see how much I abuse you.
The big problem, of course, is geography, right?
Yeah, but my count goes to 0 as soon as they hear man.
And do I really
Well, no shit. They just think you're gonna put your pants down and start doing weird stuff.
Why are you doing this on YouTube? There's porn sites, free porn. You can all watch all porn you want.
But a girlfriend watching porn. Because know what?
And that's weirder than fucking looking at some random chick doing nothing on a YouTube live stream. Like that doesn't make sense.
Please fake snore.
Oh, I ban that guy. Fuck that.
Yeah, I think I'm going to.
I tell people now, if you say fucking gross stuff, I'm gonna report you for kitty porn.
But you're not a cat.
Meow.
And so that was born, Operation Golden Eagle. Golden Eagle, for those not maybe up to speed, is the national bird of Mexico. I secretly contacted Barrett Brown. And I said, do you want to come with me? Do you want to get out?
Well, I won't go to Mexico with you, but I'm, to leave a country that I have increasingly come to despise. It means I don't like you and don't think much of your planning ability.
His decision was no.
How many times?
This guy's a fucking
I just
asshole.
want to do it once.
He's like, I was the kind of guy, if I saw a group of people waiting at the bus stop and a big puddle beside them, I would drive full speed through that puddle.
Is by far the weirdest human endeavor, probably in human history so far. It was the most elaborate, thoughtful, anonymous operation that I have ever been a part of. 100 kilometers south, tuna begins now. This is southeastern Manitoba, Canada. We knew it was hunting season in Manitoba. We knew if I was going to go through the woods in Manitoba.
Here. Sausages.
No, I have her from Cambridge.
Here's my old sausages. You happy? Eat my sausages.
Tuna, I will bring back to my own country.
Eat my sausages.
This is our first camp in the United States of America. Because that, folks, that's North Dakota.
Hey, baby, you want to eat my sausages? Gonna get mad.
Yeah. No, because you're not inciting violence.
What? But I just said I was abusing you.
straight.
You know? On your video, you only see my hand doing this.
All the way to El Paso.
Pointing at you.
All the way to what we call a ditch operation, the exit node, which is El Paso.
Please, baby, no, don't beat me. Out, 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 no, out. You'll have more lights.
Something's gonna go wrong. It's gonna go off. Go off. It's gonna cause it.
And you'll have some. Yeah, you tell that woman.
People are out here shooting.
What the look?
Yeah, you gave it to me. I'm captured by the United States authorities in the last 1.5 kilometers to the border. I want you to know I did my best.
You think Hydro-Quebec is going to be yo, Justin Trudeau, you have to cut out that tax because nobody's paying nobody's paying an Hydro. Like, nobody.
Maybe that's why they're like, oh, snowstorm's coming. Better fill your fucking oil tank.
I have.
Yes, it's still coming. Great. Will keep you warm.
I had this laptop when he switched for
Lots of prayers.
lightweight one. He wanted to be far more streamlined, and this was the stuff that he left. This is World War One stuff. When I hugged him at the Greyhound station in September 2017, I didn't think I was going to see him ever again. But I will be surprising him in Mexico City on Guy Fawkes Day.
What?
The 5th of November. Guy Fawkes Day? They killed Guy Fawkes in
I don't know who that is.
In the 1500s. That person claimed to want to have a freedom of speech. They hung him on the public place in the 1500s. Back then in Spain. Like, no, we have the right to speak. Like, no, you don't. Hung on the fucking public place. And that's the face he looked like. He actually looked like that. So they made a mask out of him.
Oh.
That's who Guy Fawkes is.
I had no idea.
Guy from the 1500s. Who fucking care?
We're still everywhere.
Hey, you ate all the sausage. You fat bitch.
Since 2013, actually, we've been doing million mass marches. It galvanizes everyone who thinks they associate.
Hello. Hey. Hello.
Love you.
That's what I celebrate how much we've grown over the last year, meet other anons. And if that's kind of cathartic, that's a pretty big thing for an anon.
That next thing, is he dying? Like,
what?
There's a lot going on here in Latin America.
QAnon.
There's a lot of tension. There are people in the streets of Chile, Ecuador, Bolivia,
what?
Venezuela. They are marching against their government.
All why I'm telling you to call them.
Latin Americans have at least the potential of overthrowing their government. So,
I'm calling next time I'm going to sit down.
Speaking in a revolutionary mood, that's a really big.
What am I going to say to him?
Today could be
I
good.
don't fucking know.
Bigger than normal.
Stop harassing me.
Be at all even marginally surprised to see 2000. Could be.
I'm not all these people fucking think that I'm your fucking
right?
secretary, but
Maybe I should pay you.
technically do with the house.
Tell him to fuck off. Damn. Not a very
You
good
tell them to fuck off.
You're not very good secretary.
They like me.
Like he's in a meeting, taking appointments. Start saying that. Like a good secretary, you should.
Well, yeah, good secretary. You
Do
never.
that, I swear to God, I'll slap you.
There is no fucking. You should never, as a secretary, you should never bring a phone call to the box. That's why you're there, to take the message.
So you never bring a phone call directly to the boss. Ever.
Unless your child is in the hospital and it is emergency phone calling. That's the whole point of secretary.
Happy?
No input of my own.
You ate a whole sausage.
Come on.
But that's why when I was a telemarketer, if I can get someone who recently had worked there. What?
Today is the Million Mask March, Anonymous Million Mask March, and Anonymous has always supported Julian. So all over the world, Julian supporters decide to show up on this day, on November 5th, and wear a Julian mask instead of Anonymous mask.
I'm gonna get you. I'm gonna get you. I'm gonna get you. Mac, is your dog protesting too?
Usually there's supposed to be people there chatting with you, just saying. When it's one person, not very effective.
But there are 5 and 1, 2, 3, 4, like 8 people, and she's the only one that has the thing, and nobody's moving. They're all there holding one paper.
Ah!
It's not even a sign; it's paper.
Well, that's why white people suck at protesting. Hell no, we won't go. And it's just like the black people are like, hands up, don't shoot. I'm like, that's effective. Like, super effective
When you
line.
got all the South Korean, you had like 10,000 South Korean marching, Black Lives Matter. That's very, very, like, hey, you see, nobody there's black, and they're all saying Black Lives Matter.
Oh, wow.
Like, wake up. Like, maybe we're doing something wrong.
Or like, people are ignoring a very important problem.
Yeah. For South Korea, to be like, hey, Black Lives Matter. There's no black there.
So when we started some of this conversation, I was doing stuff that was completely foreign to me.
What, am I bugging you? Am I bugging you? Am I bugging you?
Crescendo was when
Huh? Am I bugging you?
you put your way into. You know, I started out with a great idea, and then it was sort of like flying at 100 miles an hour of a cliff.
Come on. Fight?
Okay, you're gonna puke. You just drank a bunch of water.
I left water thinking this was fucked up shit. I was screwed, and I'm gonna end up living in a hut.
Well, I didn't start living in a igloo. What's worse, in a hut in the desert of Mexico or a fucking igloo in the blizzard of Quebec?
Yeah.
Oh, puppy!
3 months old.
Oh, puppy! Where's old puppy, babe? No, you're stupid. That was very stupid.
What?
You went to go up the chair, and then your computer's there, and your computer moved, and you fucking scared yourself, and you're gonna like, what are you doing? Get your fucking paw off the table.
I decided to give it one more fight.
Fuck you.
Like literally the last bit of me left. It's a weird thing, and I mean, thank God it turned around, I guess, right? And I didn't catch out.
What do you got?
Thank God for that. And really, how weird is it the world might end up getting saved by a fucking.
Is that your bone? You're gonna get it. I'm gonna get it. I'm gonna get your bone.
What about dog?
You got a little tiny little puppy dog?
Yes.
There's a big dog. Big dog now.
I'm just saving the world with a dog.
I'm hearing why I watch them now.
I don't know. I don't care.
Years, almost exactly.
Like, ooh, poor man, you were only less than a month in your life.
Ah.
You know, I've moved around a lot. I've met
Please help me, world.
I did try to build a network of friends.
Get a job, hippie.
Oh yeah, they when we were playing, because of my allergies, the guy's like, "Oh my god, man, how much cocaine is snorting over there?" Like, I'm like, "Yo, fuck you, I don't do drugs. I quit drugs a year ago."
Oh,
and
good.
Like, oh, and how is that going? Like, my life is doing much better. I have a house now. My girlfriend loves me, so you know. Yeah. And then I told him, like, since my mother died, I've been hooked up on that shit, like, over 10 years ago. So, you know, doing better with my weed and my coffee. Thank you very much, sir.
You know what? My favorite thing is when you said that you don't remember like the 6 days of going from BC to here.
Well, in the 19 days, I only remember 6 days.
Yeah, that's it.
Which was fucked up.
And at one point you said you wanted to go back and do the trip to see if you could remember.
Yeah.
Which I think would be super fun.
I don't think so.
I do. I think it would be a good time. Really new. Because crazy enough, we actually like spending time with each other. Like, there are a lot of people who will say, like,
I came to bed because I want to spend time with you. And you left.
You said you wanted to take a nap.
Well, yeah, that was my excuse to be beside you.
You were rolled over.
So, still my
So I figured I'd let you sleep.
No, it was so sad though. God. I was like, oh, what's the point of that?
You said you wanted to take a nap.
Yeah, but no, I want to take a nap beside you doing your stuff. And then I woke up and you were just gone. You just teleported the party downstairs. I almost came downstairs and snuggled beside you.
Like a poor little abused dog.
Yes! You heard that, world? You have likes? Nope. Nobody cares.
Nope.
See, David Cooper, this is how it feels with no one watching.
Right?
I'm broken. I needed to sell some books to make grocery money.
Go grocery money. Turtles.
We're off.
Turtle.
Most of my friends were not actually aware of any of this. We just the eccentric American who lives in Guanajuato. Nobody knew anything about me, and so I felt that it was incumbent upon me to let them know that, hey, actually,
Turtle.
I gotta get the secret. And I mean, I try to put myself in their shoes for a moment and think, wow, what if I found out that it was like friggin' Batman? You know,
Carry on.
Leave it on. Eating his mouth.
Okay, I see that.
Really serious secret right here that nobody.
Creo que estuvo viendo que hizo en algún momento, y que fue algo importante,
What is
para
this?
otras personas, pero creo que ahora tiene como que hacer otro tipo de cosas, ¿no? Ocuparse de él mismo, de su perro, de su vida.
She looks Spanish version of Cassandra.
Yeah.
You know, she don't open her mouth when she speaks. Like she always had that straight line.
Yeah.
She looks exactly the same.
Cassandra's not Spanish.
No.
She super looks Spanish.
She's white as fuck. I know her mom.
She looks like Puerto Rican or
Her mom's
something.
super.
As an underground, that's a discipline of wisdom.
Oh, that's a funny one. That's a funny one. So Charlie didn't want him to meet Cassandra's mom yet because he was all fucked up. So he made me take his place, and because he was moving some stuff. And at the end, Cassandra said, "So this is not Charlie." She's like, "Oh, but I like them." I'm like, "Yeah, but it's not Charlie." So just give you a good impression of who I'm hanging out with. Yeah, everybody like me. That's fucking hilarious.
I honestly do not.
That's so weird.
Yeah, it is. So he comes through, he's like,
I don't know.
I'm like, what? Can't beat her mom like that right now, man. What the fuck? I'm like, so what are you saying now? He's like, well, you're gonna be there, okay? You're gonna start moving some stuff, and then we're not gonna tell her that you're not me yet, and then we'll do that later. So I have time to, prepare. I'm like, fucking ridiculous. Like the most badass gangster I know, and then you're scared to meet your girlfriend's mother. He's like, shut up, man. I'm like, no, I'm not.
But I mean, the last time I talked to him, he was like, let's see going on.
I should ask Paulo.
At some point,
I don't know, Charlie.
we'll get ourselves reacquainted.
Why would Paula know?
Because
I
Paulo
would have
always
no
knows.
doubt that he would be.
When I don't find Charlie, I'm like, okay, Paulo, where's Charlie? It's like, oh, he's in jail for that amount of time. Like, oh, he called you? Yeah. Okay.
I can't remember who told me about Jesse, but Chief. Chief, for some reason, knew where Jesse was. I was like, why does Chief know? He was like, Centec told me. I'm like, what does Centec know?
There are a lot of people
This was in was that doing crack in is that Calgary?
What?
Something like that?
Who? What?
Yeah, Jesse.
No, the other one.
Jesse Snoop.
No, the other one.
Jesse Stewart.
The one that Pam fucked. Car theft.
I would remind
Car theft.
any college.
Oh, Jesse with the glasses.
Yeah.
Shoe thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. The cool one.
Is he cool? I don't know.
I don't know. You always do a game. When I say hi, you say hi. You know, it starts well.
You know, he literally just walked in. Like, he was just walking around town, and he just, like, was like, what's this place? And walked into Faytown. I was like, what? Really?
Why not?
It used to be that someone had to bring you.
Well, because people didn't know better.
Oh, Mariev and Mike and all their little crew used to hang out in a big circle in front of Mariev's door. And they're underneath the table. They fell. If you wanted to go to trackside, you have to go past them because no one would ever come from the other side. Because you would always end up stuffing in dog shit.
Yeah.
And what is it? The boardwalk? It was always like all fucked up at that end. So everyone went past the weed shop.
You know, all the boardwalk in front of Sean right now? That goes from the bar to the end.
Yeah.
It's Kiki that put that down.
We don't know the answer to that.
Every summer, there used to be a group of people that would like frequent the bar and who like lived on
Not
trackside.
that deck part. There's two deck parts and do the two deck part and the beach.
We should let everybody do their own thing.
Yeah, but how hard is it to get a fucking couple pieces of plywood?
Hopefully you guys can see the screen okay. I'll turn it back around for me. Thank you for tuning in this morning. Hopefully, like I said, everything will turn out okay. I have my legal paperwork with me. Here I am, cameras in tow and everything, requesting political asylum and emergency refugee status. I've always known that this moment would come, but I also did want to.
Like, as an American, you go to Mexico and you ask for that. Isn't it a little bit like
backwards?
Yeah.
You know, it's the end of a long fucking run, 10 fucking years. Not at all sure that I would ever get to this moment.
Well, at least you had a goal, and then you achieved your goal, sir. Some people are sitting around in circle and not even running at all. Stuck in their problem.
Those foods that travel 10,000 kilometers.
Got a good trick, everyone. World. Got a good trick for doing better in life. Stop smoking fucking crystal meth.
Thought that was a given.
Yeah, but I guess I have to remind them.
I find blow is way more like destructive. Like anybody who does blow on the regular, your life is guaranteed to implode. Like,
I was more insulted by that person telling me I was doing coke than being called just winter. Like, thanks for having my bag, guys, but I can have my own bag.
I'm going to get fucking asylum. What is the purpose of your mission? And now being 99% sure that we got our ducks in a row and the things are in place that need to be in place, and I will be, I believe, shortly surrendering myself to the authority and the sanctuary and the safety of the Mexican government.
The safety
of the Mexican government running from fucking the United States of America.
I'm happy to report that today the government of Mexico did the right thing. Officials of the INM have accepted my petition material for political asylum and have granted me emergency refugee status. I am the first information activist in history to receive political asylum in a foreign country for protest actions taken under the flag of Anonymous. One of the reasons that I stuck with this process to the bitter end, despite my not really having to,
was my fervent hope that I will not be the last.
You know, the way he talks about it, it's almost like you're talking with a Vietnam veteran who's talking about his brothers in arms. I mean, he really feels it and gets emotional. The reality is too is that Anonymous and X, all these people, like, they've left a trail online. And you dig hard enough, you can find it. And Commander X will be remembered as one of these iconic figures, divisive figures, whether you believe him or not.
Yeah, well, now that he's almost Mexican, I love speaking Spanish. It's going to be good. Hi, how are you? Oh, you have English. Oh, you have more than I have Spanish.
Thank you.
It's going to be a lot of fun. Like watching them, like getting a job, being stable, having a routine, like work. I think it's going to be even harder than getting Christian.
He says, just have a good night. Like, have a good night too, man. And I say, don't worry. Next time I come at Feta, I'll call you. I promise.
Thank you.
It's like my weather network.
Yeah.
Yeah. Woohoo!
No, none of those in this house.
No, not in this house.
No, we don't have a little girl in this house.
No, I thought they were in the basement tied up. I don't know. Maybe we'll have more lights.
We're getting flagged for inciting violence.
Okay, guys, if we have 30 followers and 5 likes, we're gonna show you the 30 downstairs fake snoring. What world do you live in?
Men are disgusting.
Yeah.
And this incredible historic square.
I love you.
I love you.
The more gross men I have to deal with, the more I love my significant other.
Thank you guys.
Hey, that's me.
Now. Thank you guys for watching.
My God, you're warm.
Later tonight on Anonymous Fight Back. Look for that on
I'm
Twitter.
cold all the time.
Expect me.
She was cold as ice because of your attitude. What do you want? We fuck you up? You know, like beating a dog is just like $400 ticket or so?
Not even.
Not even? So I can beat you up 3 times before to give me a restraining order against you. Then even dead, bro. Bring it on.
No, because technically your government is a piece of property, or your dog is a piece of property.
Yeah. Yeah, they can have any kind of whatever measure you have. At the end of the day, your dog is still your property. You can put it down.
And now you can put down your family members.
Yay! You put down
Inconvenient.
family members. Okay, that's over. Nice documentary, sir. So it started a whole anonymous thing for you to abandon all your fights and go hide in Mexico. You started to fight for something, ended up homeless for a month in Toronto. It's not that hard to be homeless in Toronto.
Honestly, I just...
There's so many places to go eat. There's so many outreach programs. There's so many places. Like it's very hard to be in the street in Toronto and after 2 months not having your welfare, a bank account, your IDs, and an apartment.
Really?
Yeah, because the street to homes program are on your ass.
Yeah, not only that, if you hang out like loitering outside of like any kind of building, the fucking building freaks out.
Yeah, and as soon as you get a little too much in people's way outside of their building, go to jail, and then when you get bailed out of jail, you have to go with outreach program, which the street to homes, which you need an apartment, so they give you a lawyer, you need an apartment, you subsidies.
Wow, really?
Yeah, don't fuck around, man. They don't leave you homeless in Toronto.
I honestly don't understand why everyone gives Doug Ford such a hard time.
Yeah, no.
Like, I literally saw him shoveling out like random civilians that were like stuck in the snow, and he was helping people on the road shovel their cars out. I've never seen any politician doing that. Like,
Yeah. Look at the world. The world. That's Jack.
huh. What are you doing?
I'm showing Jack the world. Jack? Come on. Come on. That's not food. Hey!
What are they about to eat?
An old noodle. It is food. It's an old noodle. It's been there forever. Fuck.
Like, how are you still hungry?
Just ate that whole sausage like fat bitch.
Hi. Meow. Maybe so. Whoop. Whoop, whoop.
Go. Go. Go, go, go.
Go pee.
Let's go.
Go pee.
Hey. Pee. No? Your girlfriend? No? You want to kick in the face? Yeah.
Huh. Huh.
So mean.
Huh.
What's up? What can I do for you, sir? Huh? What? Can I do for you, sir? Huh? Sir? Huh? Huh? Little dog looking so jolly, la 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 la. You like that for some reason. Ooh, the butt. Oh, the butt.
Oh, the butt.
Oh, the butt. Oh, the butt. Oh, the butt. Oh, the butt. The butt. Oh, the butt. Mr. Butt. Oh. Mr. Butt, butt, butt. Mr. Butt, 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 butt. Oh, yes, Mr. Butt. Yes, that is Mr. Butt. He's busy. I was scratching your butt. Come here. Come here. Come here, I'll scratch your butt. Come here. Oh, scratch your butt. Oh, yes. Oh, scratch your butt. Yeah. Oh, somebody like the butt scratch.
Somebody was calling my makeup war paint.
War paint?
Yeah.
Cool.
And he's like, why are you doing your makeup at nighttime? What's the point?
Tell them because it's not night here, and then they're confused because it's dark outside.
I live in Alaska where it's like 30 days a night.
You see that movie?
Yeah, it's terrifying.
Fucking terrifying.
That's why walking alone
I don't
at
even have to
nighttime
tell
in
you
the
which
winter.
movie it is. You know what I'm talking about? The vampire thing?
Yeah,
At
no,
night.
it's like walking alone, like even especially in Chateauguay, where it's like dead silence, and you're just like looking at the rooftops of houses, and I'm like, oh my god, I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die.
Can I get some Caesars at Keaton's?
Yeah. It was Keaton's brother. I think it's his cousin. Last time. And he was the one that I saw at the mission. Or around the block from the mission.
He's getting food from the mission?
No, I think he was donating food.
Oh.
Because he had a big ass truck with him. But I thought it was Keaton at first. It's because I used to do my makeup before going into Fatale. Because they don't like when you do makeup there. So I used to do it in my car, like around the block on what do you call it, Acorn Street.
Where Apollo was bartending?
Yeah, but then like I didn't know it was Paulo, but Paulo would come out with his dog and kind of be like all spish at me. And I'm like, who the fuck are you?
That dog passed away. It's really old.
Well, there's other people too that were like all like spish at me, and like, but in all fairness, me like sitting in my car around the block from Fatale is sketch. But I think I'm tough shit, and I'm like, people know me here.
Oh, I love you, baby. I'm tough shit. People know me here.
Yeah, but like, I don't
yet
even
you're
know
hiding
who Paulo
from them
is.
for doing your makeup.
Yeah, I'm super cool.
Okay. You bring that TV upstairs.
But you know what? In all fairness, it is true that even though people who don't know me, they've seen me before. I'm like, yeah, that's the point. That's why I'm able to be here and no one gives me a hard time. Ow. You know those black things are in no way holding that TV up, by the way.
No, I know. You're not even touching it. Just slide them up. Yeah. Fuck, bitch. I guess it's just perfect just so we can trip on it. You know, it's perfect there.
Huh.
Work myself in the morning when I'm grumpy, break everything.
Yeah, that's why I put it there.
Yeah, of course. Parkour, parkour, parkour. No, I don't have any problem with the wire since you tripped it.
I hurt you. And not indirectly.
Like, please don't poison my food.
That's what I don't understand about spousal abuse. Like, why would you hit the person that feeds you, dummy? And like, as a female, if your husband hits you, why don't you just poison them?
Like, you don't even have to poison him to a point where he dies. You just have to poison him enough so he's sick and he needs you, and he's like, little baby bitch.
My plan was I was gonna put X-Lax in Dom's food when I know he's going to be like in traffic or something, and then I was gonna give him Imodium for a week.
See that again? Maybe you'll have better likes.
I thought it was a good plan. My eyeballs are on fire!
Yeah, right? With pens. Okay.
Mm. Can I help you? Mm. Okay.
I almost died, choked on this little thing. I'm gonna eat that.
We'll get you Caesars. What's going on? What's going on, Jack?
You okay there?
You got a duck treat.
I just gave him some.
He got a full one. He just felt it go down his throat.
Oh, fucker.
You're a dipshit.
Let's go. Let's go.
I don't know why you do this. It's like you're starving to death.
He's attention whore. That's what I'm starting to believe.
What does that say about me?
You're not that bad. A dog. That's something that all dogs do. It's like, hey, give me something. And people are like, what is it your dog wants? My dog wants anything I want to give him. That's pretty much it. Necessitate reaction for me.
Yeah, but like
You know, it's like, yeah, the high balls, and then
like the feeding him piece by piece, I had that thing.
today was a fight.
Yeah, that's normal. That's normal. And I had that fixed. That's all Dom. Because he would fucking sit on the floor and give him piece by piece. I'm like, no,
No,
stop
just one of them
doing
was
that.
on the table. One of them was on the table. So I just fucking put his meat on the table and put some meat in front of him. I was like, that's what you want? That's what you want. And he's like, no, here. Here. Give me this fucking shit and drink, eat that.
No, I gave up fighting with Dom. Because like he started doing the piece by piece thing again, and I had that fixed.
We're having a conversation about you like you just got in shit at school.